Hello there. So last time we beat Chromatic Monolith, finally. You know, only took me like, I think that the first stream of that was like 15 and the last one was 26. So, there was some time in between me starting the level and beating it. But anyway, of course, in between those two, we basically did the rest of the game. So, the only things we have left now are just some dialogue here, and most importantly, a lot of levels in here. So, all of these, and then... whoops. Let me just... Now we also have this level, which is a mega puzzle. So, we'll try and do as many of these as possible. I'll see how long I go for. This is probably going to be split up into two things or multiple things. Anyway, this one was called, what was it, Average? Yeah, alright. Now the level names usually do give a hint of what to expect here. So, let's see. So we get 1, we get 2, and we get that. Alright, we have glitch locks in here, I see. That's not what you want to do, fun fact. Alright, so, okay, already interesting to note, so we can double these up as much as we want. Now, interestingly enough, these are already doubled up to 99 times, so I don't know why we would need to double them up even more. Is there any other lock that isn't already, like, doubled up to the max? Not really. So I don't know what's going on there. I mean, this one you can only get once, right? I mean, there's no use in getting it twice. Doesn't do anything, it's just idempotent. So, yeah, I don't know why that is, but... I sure hope we don't have to use a lock more than 99 times. That would mean that this level is quite long. Anyway, so we need to get to 832 red, 64 blue, exactly. And then this will open up. Alright. So I'll just write that down here, I guess. So goal, 832 red, 64 blue. Alright, and we start with this, which I don't think there is anything else that will give us white on the outside. So if we want to make use of that, we do have to do that now, I assume. Damn, there's a lot going on here. Let's just unpack what each lock does. So here, as long as we have red and blue keys, we can go through here. And we also can't get any cyan keys. Which, those cyan keys are gonna be... Well, we can't go like this. I don't think... Yeah, we don't have any cyan, so this isn't gonna do anything either. Oh, I think it's gonna be a loop that you go through like this. So you start here, then you can't go back. And then, yeah, I think it's gonna be just one giant loop that you go through. Okay. Now what's this here? So here we have infinitely many -5s. Now we don't actually want to get that quite yet because of course we want to have a positive number of these. Otherwise we can't go through here. And then this, yeah, sign flipping also wouldn't help very much. What we can do is increase our red count. So we could make it any power of 2 or 1. Or even any negative power of 2, but then we won't be able to get through here, so that doesn't really do a lot. Alright, but that's good to know. So red can be any negative power of 2. Or sorry, any power of 2 and also negative. Okay. I'm also intrigued by this here. Let's just go through a loop and see what happens. So we get this. We get 100i of these, which makes it so that we can't go through here. So I assume this means that we just have to do this. Yeah. I see. Okay, I see. So then you can use those here, but then here, you know, okay. Now you get to 0 again. So you can't do any shenanigans out here. Alright, so what's this? So 0 orange, well, yes. I mean, we can't actually get any orange in this level, I think. No. Then, yeah, it takes how many cyan you have, which is gonna be 1 by definition. We take how many red we have, and we take how many blue we have, and we subtract that off from cyan. So, actually, yeah, it's just negative the sum of these two. Alright? Because, yeah. Alright, so I'll just write down what each of these does. So this one is just 100i white. I mean, it's just what it does. I mean, I can read that. But then this one just gives, or makes cyan. Oh no, wait. I'll say so. Minus red minus blue becomes the cyan key count. That's what's going on here. Alright. But then you can't do this multiple times. Yeah, that's also good to note. Then, well, we have a non-zero amount of cyan, so we can't actually regress, so we need to do this. We could potentially go back. I see. Hold up. Is that useful though? Not really. Because if you go back here, it's not going to change anything. Yeah, no. There's actually no use to going back here. So, okay, we then get these two, which gives us exactly -1 of both. Okay. Then we take how many cyan we have, and it's gonna subtract off something. Okay, let's see, so we can get this one right now. So that's gonna give us, well, it's gonna give us -1i, and then also it's gonna subtract off -2. So -1i, I see. Okay. Then yeah, we indeed have, you know, the white that we need. If we go through here, we can't go back. And then also interesting to note that we could actually just do complex multiples of these as we'd like. But it needs to be a negative number, and how many combos are there that do that? There are two options, so we could get +1 or -1, but the thing is, we want to have negative. So we want to have both being negative. So like that. Alright, I must stop. Yeah, like that. Okay, so we want to have negatives there. So cyan, real and imaginary part must be negative. Actually, does the imaginary part have to be negative? Not really. Actually, wait, I'm stuck. Hold up. Not really sure what this is doing. Let's just go back a few steps. Okay. So I get this. Okay, and then we need this, but I need 0, which I'm not gonna get if I keep doing this. So yeah. I see, okay. So I think I need exactly this then. I don't want -3, I want... I want 4, for example. So let's get 4. There we go. And then... Okay, then we get -4, then we get this. And then I get this twice. Which gives me -2i, which gives me -2. And then I get 2 and 2. And then I get 0. Okay. Now the level is called average. What I do notice is that these will always give the same result. Is it the average though? I mean, I assume it is from the level name. But let's try a combination like I guess 4 and 2 would work. Like that. Let's go through this whole spiel. Alright, so yeah, here we get -3i, we get -3. So what we've basically done there is... Because we have -6, so that's just converting whatever this is to 1i. Okay, so it's converting to I. Yeah, so it's basically just taking the sum of the two and dividing it by 2, which is just the average of those two numbers. So yeah, that is actually what is going on there. Okay. So then we should get 3 on both of these, because that's the average. Yeah. So basically smooth that out. Okay, good to know. Okay, how do we use that to get to 64 and 832? Because here's the thing. We know that whenever we do this operation, we're gonna get the same two numbers. And then the only number we can... or the only ways we can change the numbers afterward are with this or with this -5. So basically we need to find, I think, a set of numbers where we can actually... Or no, wait, we need to find one number where basically if we do this operation and this, then we can get to here. But if we do this, we can get to here. Okay. So what must this number be? So I'll write this down in green, I guess. So we're looking for a number x such that... So x minus 5 times, you know, some number k, which is just, they're all whole numbers, natural numbers even. X minus this is equal to 64. So that means that, okay, well, it's equal to 64 plus a multiple of 5. And 64 is 4 mod 5, so it needs to be equal to... So x is 4 mod 5. Alright. That's good to know. And then the second requirement is that... Okay, what does this do exactly? So what this does is... it doubles and sign flips. Now we don't really care about the sign flipping part, all we care about is the doubling part. So basically if you double it enough times, it will give 832, right? So yeah, basically x times 2 to some power n is equal to 832 for some n. Alright. Cool. So, what do we do with that? I could just try stuff. Cause let me get out a calculator. So If we do 832 divided by 2, divided by 2 again, divided by 2 again, divided by 2 again, we get 52. Which is not for mod 5, so it can't be that. If we divide by 2 again, we get 26, 13, then we can't divide by 2 anymore. So that's not it. But 104 was interesting. 104, if we could get both of them to this number, then we'd be good. Then we're good, basically. Yeah, because then if you do this times 8, you get 832. If you do 104 minus 5 times 8, you get 64. Alright, so 104 is the magic number in this case. Okay, X is 104, works. Cool. So, alright, how do we get to 104? Well, in that case, we need, because all this operation is doing is gonna, it's just, you know, it's not changing the total amount of red or blue, you know? So, let me actually go back to the start. Yeah. So actually the only way to get more is this, and the only way to get less is this, of course. So we wanna just get red and blue to have a sum that is 208. Now let's see what happens when I just double this a lot. Because 206 is not really anything. This is too much already. This is too much. But maybe we can use that to our advantage. You know? Like, let's see what happens when we average these two out. Okay, and this, yeah, this makes it easier to do the averaging process, I see. So you don't have to... Yeah. Okay, so you don't have to constantly, do twos. So it's not functionally changing anything about the level. So yeah, 129 as expected. We get this. Alright, so now we're... You know, now we have too much. But let's think about how much would need to go off in order for this to work. So 129 plus 129 is 258. So I need, well, 50 less. So yeah, that works. Just do this 10 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10. Alright, and now we average. Okay, this goes pretty quickly, that's nice. Alright, and then we get our magic number of 104. That's good, that's good. We do this. We sign flip. And then we do this a couple of times. Alright, and then we're good, right? Yep. Okay, that was not too hard. That was a good warm-up. Let's see. Root. Oh no, do we need to find the root of a polynomial? Or maybe the square root. Maybe that's what they mean. Let's see. So we can get to any number we'd like. Yeah, that's basically that. Then we have to lock it in. Okay. We then input this number into here. So let's start with 111. I think that's... Actually, let's do 121. I think that's fine. Then we'll do 1. Yeah, and then this will take this times 4 and subtract that off. And then we also get this number once. Okay. Then we again can double these up as many times as we need, but I don't think this will be necessary. Okay, this just gives exactly one orange key. Right, okay, and then this gives exactly 0 cyan. Okay. Yeah, but that's what we're at right now, so that doesn't actually do anything. Okay, so the ultimate goal here is to... Okay, so we have two things. We have this black gate, which may just... I think when we just do this contraption, it's probably gonna get this to 0 somehow. And then what we really have is we'll have some number of negative red keys. This will be 9 times, right? Or no. Yeah. And then 559. And that must give 0. Okay, so we've got a lot going on here. Hold on. So... Okay. Let's start from the ending. Let's see how many pure keys we need. So... Pure. So we need... whatever red is... times 9. Plus however many... purple we have times 4. Right? Okay, let's name these quantities. Let's name the number of purple that we have X and the number of red that we have Y. So I'll just write that down here. So X is number of purple, Y is number of red. These might be related. They are probably related. But for now, we'll assume that they're separate. And then what we can say is pure. So the condition at the end is... Okay, so you take however many purple you have, you do that times -4, and then you add 9 times however many red you have, right? And then I'm just seeing if the signs are correct. That's correct, yeah. And then you add 559 and this is 0. Okay, so it's going to be the root of a polynomial probably, and then there's going to be some relation between y and x. That makes sense, I guess. Okay. So let's see what this contraption does now. So we can't actually go in yet, so I assume we need to do this first. Okay, and again, it's going to be a contraption like this. What do we have here? So this just subtracts off some number of red. And we can only do it once. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, actually, it subtracts off exactly 1 red. Alright, and then... Then we get this, and again, I don't think you can, like, cheese this in any way. I'll just assume... I mean, I shouldn't. There's probably gonna be a level later where I can cheese one of these contraptions. Okay, let's see what this does. So, yeah, 0 cyan. So yeah, that just makes sure that you are in fact... that you haven't gone through this either. Alright, then 1 orange. And then the amount of red we have, twice. So what is this gonna do? It's gonna subtract 1, it's gonna add 2. It's gonna take 1 away from black. Wait. Sorry, add 1 to black. Yeah. Add 1 to black. Which is gonna give us 120. Okay. Yeah. Then we go back here. And then considering you have a negative amount of black, we can go through here. And then we start the cycle anew. Except we can't go through here. Okay, because now we need to do this. Yeah, to start the cycle anew. Okay. And then we get 2. We get this, which is gonna give us... So it's gonna give us... Okay, I wonder what purple is doing in all this, you know? I'm a bit confused as to... Oh no, yeah, purple influences black. Right. Yeah. So wherever I see black, I should just be thinking like negative purple. Okay, and this is basically the relation between red and black. So yeah. So I need to figure this out. Okay, so yeah, it's taking away 1, it's adding 4. So yeah, it's adding 3. And then we go back here and we do this and we do this again, and then this is gonna add H. Sorry, I'm an idiot. It's... Why did I say H? Oh, because I was thinking 3 squared. No, it's 3 times 2 minus 1, so it's 5. Okay. And then you keep going. You know, I picked a rather large number to start with. Maybe let's do a smaller one, like 11. Actually, that's still a lot. Let's do 5, just so I get a feel for it. So I get negative 20, negative 5. Okay. Oh yeah, but this isn't gonna work out, I see. Because now we'll have 3, which is not a thing that we can... Yeah, this is not gonna work out. Because now we have 4, and now none of these will open. So yeah, we need to get to exactly 0 with black. So let's see. So here's the thing. We're just doing this a lot, right? Like there's no limit in terms of purple to this. We're just doing this as many times as we need to. So, and these are like, you know, if you count these up, you know, we're adding, let's just say that we're adding this once. Then we're just adding 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, and so on. So we're just doing triangle numbers. And then we're doubling triangle numbers, and we're subtracting 1 from them. So I don't remember the formula exactly for triangle numbers. I'm gonna have to think for a second. Okay, n times n plus 1 over 2? Or is it n times n minus 1 over 2? Well, if I fill in n equals 1, then n times n plus 1 over 2. Yeah, that will be 1. That works. So yeah, it's n times n plus 1 over 2. Okay, so reds form triangle numbers. Or no, wait. Reds go like 1, 2, 3, and so on. So the sum of first n numbers, so the triangle numbers, are, so it's n times n plus 1 over 2. Here it's 2 times tringle minus 1. So we get n times n plus 1 minus 1. Okay. Which is equal to n squared plus n minus 1, yeah. If I didn't mess that up, yeah, no, that's correct. Alright, so where's my thingy? Here. I'll just put it here, because that's the worst possible spot to put it. You know what? No. Put it here. Anyway, so actually that's arguably even worse. There we go. Okay, so that's interesting. Because that means that black has to be equal to a triangle number, right? Okay, and black was equal to purple. So... yeah, okay, I see where this is going. Here, I wrote down N, but really it should be Y. Actually, N equals Y. Yeah, and then we actually just have our system, I think, that we can work with, right? Because we have that negative 4x plus 9y plus 559 is equals 0. I already wrote that down. I don't know why I'm doing that again. Anyway, no, the other one is that the number of black that we have must match up with a y squared minus, no, y squared plus y minus 1. Actually, can I do... oh, I can't do like the squared symbol on my keyboard. Okay, that would have been nicer. Y squared minus, y squared plus y minus 1. Alright, and then we substitute into the pure condition. So then... what is that? So that's negative 4y squared. Then we have 9y minus this, so it's 5y. And then we have negative, no, plus 4 plus 559, which is 563 equals 0, I think. Right? What? Where did it go? The hell? Okay. Anyway, minus 4y squared. I guess I can check again. So yeah, 5 minus 4, yeah, no, it is 5y. And then 563 equals 0. Okay, so that's just something I'm gonna have to solve. I'll get out my pen and paper, I guess. Wait, I'm gonna use this. I will actually switch to X on my paper because... actually, no, it does not make a single difference. I will do it in Y. I'm just whining. Alright, is there something easy I can do with sums and products? Not really. Yeah, we're just gonna have to use the full formula. I'll do the discriminant first, so that's... 25 minus 4 times negative 4 times 563. No way in hell I'm actually calculating that. You know, I could just also... I have a numeric solver on my calculator, I can just use that. Oh, that's not a whole number. Oh, that's cooked. Oh, maybe, wait, no, but it's solving for one of the two roots. Hold up, let me actually just do it normally. Okay, but that square root is not... that square root is not a whole number, so I probably made a calculation mistake somewhere. Okay, that sucks. It's probably gonna be some sign that's wrong. I assume it's gonna be that. So let's go over all the signs. So this is gonna add, wait, so no, this subtracts from black, right? So it's the number of black that you have minus this whole thing is 0. But then, yeah, no, black is equal to... okay, so yeah, black is equal to 2 times however many red we have. per iteration -1. And we do that n times. Right, so this is not this. It's 2 times Tringle minus n. Okay, that's where I went wrong. It's 2 times Tringle minus n because we're doing this n times. So it's n times n plus 1 minus n. Bro, it's just n squared. Okay. Anyway. Yeah, okay, so in fact, x is just equal to y squared. That makes things easier. Then we have -4 y squared plus 9y plus 559 equals 0. I think. I hope. Alright, let's do that again. So -4y squared plus 9y plus 563. The discriminant is then equal to, so it's 81 minus 4 times -4 times 563. This still does not have a root. That's... Damn it. Oh wait, I said 5... Oh, wait, I'm an idiot. Yeah, let's go. Okay. I'm just an idiot. It's this, which is 95 squared. So we will actually get a whole numbered result out of this. So this is a passable level. That's good. We want the level to be passable. Anyway, so y is then equal to -9 plus or minus 95 over -8. I'll just do that with a calculator, man. I couldn't be bothered. Okay, so one of these solutions is... So y1 is equal to 13, which is the actual answer, and y2 is equal to... Let's see. So if we do plus, we get some fractional amount. So it's minus 10.75. So that doesn't work for 2 reasons. You can't have fractional keys in this game, and also it's a negative amount, and we want a positive amount of purple. So yeah, the answer is 13. All right. I guess this 100 is just there to screw with you. I mean, who would do this 100 times, you know? Who would be so sadistic as to force you to do this 100 times? Anyway, I'm not even gonna look at the numbers. I trust that they are correct. They're not correct. They lied to me. Wait. No, but I calculated y. Oh. That's... Okay, no, that's why there's... Don't mind me, I'm just being an idiot. It's 169, right? Yeah. Okay, so while I'm doing this, pay attention to black. I will actually pay attention to black now. Yeah. Oh, 144. Interesting. I passed that number. I mean, yeah, what's the difference between those two? I mean, yeah, it's a square number, so yeah, that makes sense. The difference between those two is 25. And we want it to be a square number. Or the... yeah, no. No, we also get 69. Nice. That means we've subtracted off 100 now. 25. And this should work out. Yep, we do get 0. Okay. That's looking promising. Now, we have -13 of these, so that's going to be times 9. And then, yeah. And then, yeah, that works. Let's go. Alright, I can still do basic math. Maths. Whatever you want to call it. Append. Bro. Bro, they got mega puzzles in here too? Bro, I was actually quite happy with the fact that, you know, it was only on one screen. I do think I know what the gist is going to be here. And namely that it's going to be digits that you're altering. So it's not going to be, you know, normally we're counting in base 10. And, you know, you know, if you want to add a digit to something, like let's say I have 3 and 11, you combine them, you of course don't get 311. But if you were to combine them so that you get 311, that's concatenation, and that depends on the base in which you're working. And I do see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, I do also see 11 here. I do also see 11 here. So this is looking very base 10 coded to me. And that's good, because what we have here is 3 and 11, and we need to get 3, 3, 1, 1, 3, 3, 1, 1, 3, 1, 1. So I assume that's just going to be a concatenation or something. And also append just means add to the end, basically. Like your appendix is just added on to the end. Also like in literature or in, you know, in papers. That's also what they mean by appendix. In programming was the first thing I thought of. You know, if you have a list in Python, you can append stuff to it. That's just adding stuff to the end. Anyway, let's see here. Again, this is going to be some massive contraption. So we have 0, 0. Okay, and then, I mean, yeah, I guess we make that, but that doesn't really matter right now. Then, we want to get at least one green key. Then we do, then we get one of these each, so then, yeah, we can't go back. Okay. Is there any orange in this level? There is. Okay. There is actually a lot. Whatever. We'll just go through the contraption. And see what it does. You know, this is impressive that you can make this type of stuff in I Wanna Lockpick. Like, with the previous level, I was really impressed that you can actually set up, like, a second order polynomial so easily. You know, is this game Turing complete? I don't know. Is that even a well-defined question? I don't really know. I guess you can, like, make anything in it. So, I mean, can you make everything in anything? Whatever. Someone else who's smarter than me can figure that out. Or who knows more about that. Anyways, so what do we have here? So we have however many blue we have is taken off, however many green we have is taken off. So this basically just sets blue to the negative of green. Right? I mean, I think it's better that I actually set green to some higher amount. Let's do 6. And then you get -6 as expected. I don't know why this is doubled here. Doesn't seem like there's any use to that other than just being fancy. Alright, so what options have we got now? We can't really go a lot of places. So yeah, the only thing we can get is the 0, which, yeah, and then we can get this, which, oh yeah, this is a glitch lock. Okay. Let's see here. So what we're doing here is we're taking how many white we have, which is 1. And we're taking that off. So then we get -10. Now here's the thing. You're always gonna have 1 white, right? And where does that white come into effect? In here. So, yeah, okay. So you can either have 1 white or -10 white, is what I'm hearing here. And actually, no, you can't have one white, because then you can't progress through this. So you actually need to do this. Alright. So this will forcibly give you -10 white. I guess, yeah, you can't do this again because now this is such. You could... Okay, no, you can't actually go back here. That's... I was gonna try that. I was gonna go try and get back here. Okay, we can then go through here. Then... Okay, I like how we're like slower on this part. Guess because of the little gaps in here? That's weird. Like the fact that it's kind of off-grid there. I don't think we've seen that many times before. Anyway, so... What do you get here? So... Okay, then you can do this a couple of times, which is basically gonna add to your blue key count, right? Okay, and you either have some blue keys remaining or you don't. Right, okay. Can I do this? Okay, I can't do this multiple times. So again, this is some operator. Okay, so then we go through this whole loop again. So yeah, we then do this one more time, we get this. And basically, what has this done to white? Because I think that's the most important thing to look out for. This has, again, taken white times 10. Okay, so I think the number of green that we get is going to be the power of 10. Right, that makes sense. That's why we're so base 10 coded, and yeah, okay, that's going to be, yeah. Okay. So let's continue with that. I really should have picked a smaller number, but oh well. Whoops. Yeah. Okay, yeah, so now we get that. Okay. I keep getting that one by accident. Alright. Almost there, I think. Yeah, okay, now we have 0 blue. So now we can... Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So yeah, the number of white that we get from this operation is equal to 10 to the number of green. So I will just write that down. So white, number of white after first operation equals 10 to number of green. All right. Okay. So then, can we actually re-enter this contraption? No, because we don't have negative blues. Okay, so we have to go in here. Okay, then we get exactly one of these. We get 0 and we get 1. We then sign flip white for some reason. What does this do? Is that too much of a number to... Wait. Okay, no, so it takes whatever amount of that you have. I see. But you can keep doing this. This one you can keep doing. But it doesn't actually change anything, does it? Yeah, no, it's an idempotent operation. So that's why... Oh, shoot. Okay, so we do this once, and then, importantly, actually, let me try cheesing it a bit. Let me do this, and then sign flip, and then, actually, no, it's fine. Okay, but what if I do it the other way around? What if I get a sign flip and then do this? And then get a sign flip and do this? And get a sign flip. It doesn't change anything, so there's really no point in me doing that. Okay. So what this does is it just multiplies the number that we had for white by 10. Right? That's what that does. It's an extra 0 in there. Okay. We can then move on to here. And now we get... Okay, what's cyan? What is our cyan key count? 11. Oh yeah, that's from the start. Yeah. That's... Mm-hmm. Okay, and what do we get here? So... How many blue do we have? We have exactly 1, right? Yeah. So if we do this... Oh, whoops. So if we do this, we get... that number of blue. Okay, wait. Let me think about why that is. So... we're taking away 11 cyan. Yeah. So we're taking away 11 cyan. And then... also adding on however many white we have. Which is, you know, 10 to the 6. And then also we have 2 extra ones. Okay. And yeah, there's no point in going back because that's just not going to do anything special otherwise. Because, yeah, they're not going to influence each other ever. Okay, so let me think about what this one does. Let me first say, so red is equal to 10 times white. Alright. Then, next up we have... so we have 11. I mean, I think cyan is always set at 11, right? No, actually here we have this, so I can't say 11. I can't hard-code it, so to speak. So, I have to write down cyan. So cyan subtracted off, white is added on, and we subtract 2 as well. And also we start with 1. No, but that doesn't really matter. No, that does matter, wait. Yeah. So we take 1 minus 2 minus cyan plus white. And that goes into blue. Okay. So, to write that a bit better, so that's white minus cyan minus 1. Goes into blue. White minus cyan minus 1 goes into blue. Alright, so we really want... Well, here's the thing, right? How are we ever going to open this door if that's the case, right? Because I think we have way too much white now in order to open this. I think we needed just 1 extra, you know? Yeah. Okay, so what I really need is 1 green to start off. Okay. Wait, what does this... Oh, well, yeah. So yeah, we get 1 green. I'll just continue on from here. Oh, this one's a glitch lock in this one. Oh, I see now. That's why that is like that. Okay. So, damn, the amount of anti-cheesing on this must have been insane. Alright, now we're already at 0, so that's good. And now we have -10 white. Okay. We then multiply this. Wait, I think I need to do it the other way around. No, it was actually fine. Hold up. I need a negative number of this, right? So, actually, no, yeah, a sign flip. This. Which takes 6 to negative 100, and then I do this. Yeah, okay. So... Yeah, that's just still 10 times white. Okay, and then we can get this, which actually does work now. So let's see what this now does. So this should give white minus cyan minus 1. So that's... oh yeah, I should say absolute value of white. White minus cyan minus 1 goes into blue. And then white has to be less than 0 for this to work. Alright. That's more accurate. I don't think the signs will be that important going forward, but yeah, so basically what this does is, you know, it does 10 minus 11 minus 1, so it should give -2, right? Right? Yes. Okay. Then we get exactly -1. Now here is an interesting part, is I could just go back and get this, but then you actually haven't changed anything, because those numbers haven't changed, so there's no point. Then here we have, okay, so we again take the number of cyan that we have. We, -1. Take the number of red that we have as well. So that's, yeah. Okay, I think we're doing the different digits of this number. I see, and that's why this is times 10. Because we're putting in the 11 from this. Okay, but, Okay, I'm a bit confused as to where this is going, but I think I see what this is doing, at least. In terms of, you know, in an intuitive sense. It's doing something with the 11. This is the 1's place, and this is the 10's place. That's why this is 10 times white. Alright, so what this is going to do is it's going to take however many red we have, minus cyan, plus 1. Alright, so that's 89. So however many red we have, minus cyan plus 1 goes into blue, where red is again less than 0. Okay. Actually, what I'll do here is I'll make this a bit different. So I'll say white equals 10 to the green, and then actually white is negative. Like, I could have written the minus sign before the 10, but whatever. We don't do that here. Yeah, okay. 89, can we replicate that? 100 minus 11 plus 1 though, wait. Oh, wait a sec. But it's minus 1 plus 1. So that's why that goes like that. Okay, so it's actually just red minus cyan goes into blue, where red is negative. Okay. Right. Good. So... Yeah, we can just move on then. And then what this does is... Okay, this takes in the number of green again from the start. So this has 1, and then this, and then... Okay, it takes... I find it weird that it does this. Because why would it do this? Because you've already gotten exactly 1 blue key, right? Or no, wait, we're gonna do this multiple times, aren't we? Well, not in this case, but maybe in other cases. Okay, but in this case, it's just -1, -1, -1. So it should just be... No, wait. Yeah. So it should just be... I don't know, -2 or -3. -2. Fine. So, final step to this is... however many blue we have... -1... minus green, or no, I'll just goes into blue multiple times, something like that. But I think because we've set this to 1 now, that's not really apparent at the moment. Okay, but then we have this here. So we have a -1, and we do this. And we can actually do this multiple times. I don't know if that's useful. So, okay, we have 3 pink, right? We have 1 black at the moment. So it's gonna take that off. It's gonna give us -3, right? Yeah. If you do that multiple times, it's just gonna give you -3 again. So yeah, it just black becomes negative whatever this is. Okay, so black equals -pink. Alright, cool. Then, okay. Again, we've got a weird contraption in here. Let's see. Alright, we start from there. Right. Do we get that sign flip as well? Well, we have -3 right now. And yeah, we need to get to 0 blue, so it's gonna do this twice, right? Okay, so we first do this, and this is again gonna be exactly once because of this contraption. And this gives you 30. So yeah, it just multiplies it by 10. I think this is gonna be similar to the previous one. So yeah, and then we get the other one. So now what we've done is taken black and then done it to the power of... Yeah, we've multiplied black by the power that corresponded to however many blue we had. So actually I can write this down differently. So it's going to be pink times however many blue we have. No, wait. 10 to the number of blue we have. And also black is less than 0. Yep, okay. So yeah, this is basically... Okay, this one is simpler than the other one because it's just 3 times and then this. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, let's... Okay. Was there any reason for that sign flippage? I don't know. And then we take however many cyan we have. We subtract that from black. No, add it to... Okay, so yeah, now we've got 311. So we've basically just done 3 and then put 11 next to it, right? That's what that's doing. And then... Okay, I don't know what this is all about. Okay, and then we have 311. Or we have 311 here. Oh, okay, so this is now going to be the input for the next part. Okay. Okay. So I need to choose wisely which one of these two I want, I assume. Okay, so 3 or 11. Well... Okay, yeah, so either I have 311, but then I can't have a 3 that does not have 11 after it. So I don't think that's what I want, because at the end, you see here I have a 3 with a 3 after it. So I don't think I want that. I think what I want to do is do this. Because then I have a 3 with an 11 after it, or I just have a 3, which does actually match up with the numbers that you can see down there. So I think that's fine, and I think now we just start the loop anew. So, yeah, that's fun. So yeah, the only choice we're really making is how many green we get. Which is what I figured, but... Okay, so now, let's see... Let's think about what this is gonna do now. So... So... Could I get 2 green now? How many blue do I have? 0. Because that was set somewhere. Oh, yeah, that was reset. Okay, yeah, so this condition will be a bit different now. So I think I need to get more green than before. Okay, I'm not exactly sure. Let's go through this again, this whole thing, but with 1 green. And let's see what happens. So... Yeah, we're at -10 now, as expected. We get... this, which is not going to influence anything yet. Wait. There we go. Okay, so here is where it differs. So now we're at -10, 311. So yeah, this is gonna give us... it's definitely gonna give us a negative amount. So we could have also picked green as 2. But hey, here's where we are now. Okay, so basically this is just checking that you don't pick too much. Right? Okay, so yeah. This is basically a check that's saying cyan needs to be greater than... because yeah, it's also it needs to be... Hold on. It needs to be less than... It needs to be less than 0. Alright. So yeah, white minus cyan minus 1 needs to be less than 0. So that means cyan is greater than white minus 1. Condition on number of green you can get. Or yeah, basically this is just saying yeah, I think it has to do with the order of magnitude of the number, but I don't want to say anything exact because I think I'll make an off by 1 error. But anyway, then we also have this, which I think is another condition that we're setting here. And I seem to have failed this condition. Let's see, 421. Oh wait, this is going multiple times now. But I think I was already screwed at the first time. Okay. Hold up. So... Oh, okay, this locks in what green can be, so it has to be 2, okay. Yeah, so the first one is like a lower bound, the other one is an upper bound, I think, and then it just makes sure that you only have one option. Okay. Okay, let me actually see what the... Okay, so yeah, do this first and then do this. Right, okay. And yeah, you can go through here, you can go through here. And that was because blue is now a positive number. So yeah, okay, basically what this is saying is that cyan needs to be in between the right powers of 2. I see. So it needs to be in between 100 and 1000. Give or take 1 or -1 or something. Okay, so then this makes a lot more sense. So I will just say condition on green, so cyan, so 10 to the green must be smaller than cyan, must be smaller than 10 to the green plus 1. So only one value of green possible. Alright. So actually the choice I'm making is here. This is the only choice. The green is not a choice. I thought it was. Alright. So I can also get rid of this. Okay, and then this I'm still a bit confused about. So let's see. So what this does is... it does this, right? Then you get -3. You can't... no, you can't actually do this multiple times, right? Because it's always... yeah, no. It's just gonna give you this. Alright. Alright. I know I'm going way too deep into how this contraption actually works, and I should probably just be focusing on solving the level, which is gonna be this choice. Because that's the only thing where you have a choice. But I just find it interesting, you know? I just find it interesting how this stuff works. Alright. So yeah, now we're at -3000, which should make sense. Yeah, we did the number of pink, which is still 3, times 10 to the negative... 10 to the -3. No, sorry. 10 to the 3. Oh yeah, but... okay, it should have been an absolute value here. My bad. Not gonna change that now. Alright. So... this is then gonna be 3311, right? Yeah, 3311, which is the start of this. So that's good, I guess. And we can now put this into one of these two. So, okay, so yeah, basically what this operator is going to do is it's just going to append numbers like that. So I think what we want now is to append 3311 with 311. So we want to put 3311 into pink. Okay. Yeah, because then in the last step, what we can do is we can put the result into cyan, and then we can append again. Alright. The rest of this is just going to be busy work, but... I'm not going to cut this out, but you can just skip ahead. Oh wait, did I get the wrong number of green? I think I did. I need to get 2 green. Yes. Okay. Yeah, we go again. Okay, we can go down here. We get this, we get this, we get this, we get this. We pass all of the tests. Oh yeah, if you're wondering, we're at -3 blue again. So... yeah. I mean, we had the same value of green, so that makes sense. But yeah, if you've ever been told that concatenation is not a difficult thing to do... oh, wait, yeah. If you've ever been told that concatenation is not a difficult operator and it's just putting the numbers next to each other, now you know that it's actually not that simple. I wonder, in base 2, I guess you would only have to change a couple of things. I think maybe just these, and then... though maybe I'm wrong about that. Anyway, so now we've appended these two. We can put this into cyan, and then we go one more time, and then we're good. Now I need to get more green, though. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Number after 6. So, yeah, that's 7, okay, and this is in between 1,000,000 and... no, wait, it's 10 to the... it's 7 digits, so it's, yeah, it's 3 million and something. So, it's in between that and that. So yeah, we need to get 6 green, which is, funnily enough, what I got when I was trying shit out earlier. So, complete coincidence. Doesn't have any bearing on anything whatsoever. Okay. How do you come up with this stuff, man? Like, also to fit it in such a compact level and have it be, like, rigorous is actually insane. Anyway, for those of you following along, we're now at 1 million white. We're gonna get 10 million red. Sorry, negative. Then we pass this test, we pass this test, we pass this test. I kind of just assumed we would pass. Otherwise, we'd have a problem. So yeah, now we're at, by the way, we're at -7 blue, but I already took one away. So, yeah. I see why this is the last one, because this one is more tedious than the other steps, because it's a higher green number. But hey, I find it interesting, so... I mean, we're basically manually computing stuff right now. I mean, the game is kind of computing it for me, but like... we're the cog in the machine. Proverbially. I hope you don't have actual cogs in your computers. That would mean your computer is ancient. Anyway, yeah, so that's that, and I think that works now. I don't even think this matters anymore. We can just go here and win. Alright. I know that took a while, but that was a cool level. I like that. Verify. Alright. What do we have here? 14 stone keys. Does that matter? No, because we get exactly 0 here. Good, because otherwise that would be a bit dumb. Okay, so again, we need some number of white beforehand. Okay, and then... let's see, what do we get? So... I'll just go for 11 again. Actually, you know what? No, we'll go for 1,211. Oh, wait a sec. Is this like a passcode verification system? Hold up. Because I see 4038 here. Is it actually that you do this? And then that's it? Let's go through the contraption. I'm not gonna explain the whole thing anymore. But yeah, you get that, you get one of these, you get one eye of this. which is gonna go away when you do this. Alright, let's see. So... Well, this we can't do. I mean, we could go up here, but it's... Oh no, it is actually useful. Hold up. Okay, but we have options here, and I don't know which way to go exactly. Because we can go up there, but we can also go over here. Ooh, I don't know. I don't know. First level where we actually have options after the first part. Okay, let's see what happens when we go over here. So, yeah, we have enough. Okay, we get 0, we're locked in. We get 1. I assume that we need to get this. Okay. And then we go up here. We have 0, so we're locked out of this again. And then, okay, we get 0 of this. Then this, yeah, this just multiplies by 10 again. I see. And yeah, we need a positive number, so we get these two, so that we get, yeah. Right. Okay. Now here's the thing. I think if I do this again, it's not gonna do anything new, right? Oh yeah, no, it is. It's gonna make it... Okay. Oh, okay, wait. I see. I think I see what they want me to do here. Yeah, so... This is the ones place, and we now need to fill in the fact that we have 8 of these, right? Is that what we need to do here? So I think we go over here, we get 1 eye, we then are locked out of here, then... Oh, we can't actually get these. Do I need to do this first? Yes. No. Okay, so then... I mean, we could just go through here. I don't know why not. Yeah, we can get less purple. That just doesn't help. Or we could get... Huh, I'm confused, man. What is this nonsense? Okay, so... We've taken off 1 purple. Right? And then we take off 1 white. Then we take off 1 purple again, we take off 1 white. We can keep doing this. And converting these into I. Okay, let's just, I don't know, let's just do that. Well, you know what, one more time. And then we get this, which locks us out of here. We get -10. And then what does this do? So it takes however many purple you have. Also, yeah, -10. So it adds 10, subtracts off the number of real purple that you have twice from purple. Okay, so that's a weird operation. And it also subtracts 1 eye. Okay, you can't do that one again. Okay. And now we need to get this to 0, from what it seems. Can't use this. Wait, shouldn't this work? Oh no, wait, I need the -1. Yeah, and then we get -1 plus 1 eye. What is going on here? -2 plus 1 eye. -3 plus 1 eye. Need to get to 0 of these. Oh, is it just converting these? Okay, so we've now got -8 minus 1 eye, which is the number of times I did this stuff. So, okay. That's interesting. So now we get this and do this, right? Okay. Okay, now we're probably gonna move on to the next digit of this. So now... I also need to get rid of these. Otherwise we'll have problems, I think. So now I do... No? Is it not this? Oh, wait. That 1 eye is gonna be... No, I think it's fine. Yeah, because now it's taking off 10 each time. Okay. And then... yeah, we get this. Yeah, so now we got 38, which is actually getting there. Okay. Yes. Good. And then, yeah, the next one we do 0 times, so that's why we skip. Okay, so basically this is the skipping step. We're not actually doing this one. So, okay. And then we do the 1000s place, which is gonna be... Okay, and now we're just left with 16i. Good. Okay. Now we can, I think, just do the rest of this. Yep, we got 4038 as we wanted. Don't think this matters anymore, but if we wanted to add another place to this, I think we could do that. But the level only goes to this. Right, we get rid of this. We now have 0, so this is the important condition that whatever we actually put into white has to go to 0. So that's why we needed to do this the number of times that we did. So basically this 4038 is actually being put into this. And then this goes away, we get this, and we win. Yeah. So basically, it's just checking, did you actually get 4038 white keys at the start? Okay, cool. I find that one a bit less interesting than this one, personally. But it's still cool. 10 to 2. Is this clocks? Is this time? Well, what is this? Oh god. Is this like... This feels like the previous one. It's very similar. There's again a skipping route and a non-skipping route. I see that we're also not gonna get to 1,000 this time. Okay, what are the main differences? Let's see here. We've got cyan and orange now. So... Okay, here's an interesting thing that I'm thinking about. Is you have 101000111. How do you... Because I feel, again, like you need to lock that in at the start, right? Also, this is... Oh, it's in binary now. That's why it's called 10 to 2. Because this one is in... Oh, I see, I see. So this one's verifying if the number is correct in base 10, and this one is in base 2. That's why there's a 2 here. Everything else is with, yeah, this is also with a 2. You have this whole cyan thing, which I'm not sure about. That might be for something, I don't know. Okay, but yeah, so it's all with 2s. So I really just need to convert this binary number into a decimal number. Okay, so that's why it's not 10 to 2, but 2 to 10. But this operator is going to convert it into base 10, basically. Okay, so we have 101000111. Just want to check. So yeah, this is 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64. And then 256. So we got 327. Right? Let me double check. Nah, it's fine, I think. Oh, maybe this is the carry... Maybe, like, this is carrying stuff? The cyan? That could be something, I don't know. Anyway, it's probably 327. Unless I made a mistake. I will just double check, because otherwise I need to do everything again. 1, 2, 4, no 8, no 16, no 32, 64, no 128, and then 256. Yeah, no, it is that. Alright. Okay, so... Well, we know what the first bit needs to be. It needs to be a 1. So we go here. And we just do this once, I think. Or do we? No. Maybe we do it 3 times. Maybe that's once. Hold on. So... Because, yeah, we still want to have 0 white by the end. So, I feel like we actually need to do this 7 times. Wait, why is this not opening? Oh, we have -5 purple. I see. So it was actually... Okay, so you actually can only do it once. Because, yeah, otherwise you'll have... Yeah, no. You can only do it once, because the moment we do this, we don't have the purple required. Alright, so we go here, we get 0, we get -2, we get this. This makes this 1 minus 2i. So it makes it... I mean, yeah. Don't think there's anything special going on there. No. Alright, and then I assume we just do this again, where we put this into black. And it's only going to be once, because we already don't have enough purple. And then we get rid of all of this, we get this, and then one step of this is done, and we're at -1. Right, okay. So then, what's this all about? So, we could either... Hold on. Okay, but we have 0 purple. Oh no, wait, this is a glitch lock. Okay, so we need to get this one at least once. Actually, only once because of this. I see, so actually when you get something like this, set up like this is a lock that you can only open once, and it's gonna do something to this. Right, so what did it do? It multiplied by -2. Okay, but it's basically just multiplying by 2. Alright, so does that mean it's going to the next base over? I think so. Yeah. Right. Okay, we have 0 purple, so we need to get that. And then here we get -10. Okay, I feel like I messed something up. No, actually, no, wait. This is correct. Hold up. Yeah, it subtracted 1 this time, because that's the first part of this, and that's gonna subtract 2. Because, yeah, we have 2 cyan now. So yeah, this is basically just going up in powers of 2, and this is going up in powers of 10. Interesting, interesting. Okay. Well, I'm glad I stopped actually notating what everything does, because this would just be impossible to... Or it would just take ages, right? Wait, can I do that again? I get 1, 1. And then, yeah. Oh, yeah, no. Okay, sorry. Yes, and then good, and then good, and then we go again. Okay, we're gonna have to do this a couple of times. But at least it's pretty free. So that's, yeah. So now it is taken off. Actually, wait, let me, yeah. So in the previous step, it took off 2, as expected. Now it's gonna take off 4. Did I get both of those at the same time? Oh wait, I actually screwed myself, didn't I? There we go. So yeah, 320. And yeah, then it's gonna not take off anything. So yeah, the next 3 steps are gonna be nothing. And then we have another one where we take off stuff, and then another nothing step, and then a step where we take some off. Alright. Yeah, I keep forgetting I need to get that. Alright. Okay, so now we get nothing, because we're now in the 8 position. Yes. Okay, so we can go over here, we can get this. Alright. Then we skip the next position as well. Okay, wait. Now we're at 64. So now we do get this. Let's see. Okay, after this level, I will take a quick break. But we're almost there, so... Or, wait, shoot. Yeah. Oh yeah, now this is 256, which, yeah, that is the last power of 2 that we need to subtract off. So that checks out. Alright, and then finally, we skip the next one. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Whoops. This is ingenious, man. I mean, you can generalize this to any base in that case. So yeah, this is really cool. I like this. I wasn't so much a fan of the previous level, but now I get why it exists. This is a really cool twist to that. Yeah, I mean, it's a generalization of the previous one. That's basically what it is. Alright, and then we go over here and get this. We now have the right number, and now we can go through, and the game is lagging for some reason. I don't know why. And we beat the level. And then 2 to 10, so I guess the next one is just going to be this similar. I see, so like, these 3 are kind of grouped together because they're like the same kind of idea. Right. Yeah. Alright, so I will take a quick break now and eat. Also figure out why my computer is lagging so much. It's actually not the game. But anyway, I'll see you in a sec. Alright, I'm back. So let's continue. 2 to 10. I assume this won't be too different. Okay, so are we just... What's going on here? So... I feel like the entire thing is the same. Oh, no, but here it's cyan and here it's orange. Whereas before it was the other way around. So that's the big difference. I think everything else is the same. So what's this beginning part all about then? Okay, I don't know why. Oh yeah, that's why I can't move. I'm an idiot. Alright, we need 101 at the end. So now it's 2 to 10. So we need to convert 101 to base 2. So that's a bit easier. So yeah, you take 101, you do it minus 64 because that's the first power of 2, or the largest power of 2 that goes into that. Then you have 37 remaining. The next power of 2 is 32. Then you have 5, which I know is 101 in binary. So the binary representation, I will write this down here. So 101 base 10 equals, so it's 1, 1, no 16s, no 8s, 1, 4, 0, okay, like that, right? In base 2. Now I will double check. The easy way to do that is just to do it in reverse. So 64 plus 32 plus 4 plus 1 is indeed 101. Alright. So with that knowledge, we have to create 101. But how do we do this exactly? Ah, I see. Okay, so it's multiplying by 10 each time, so you can basically make the digits as you go. Okay, so we're doing this. No, not that. We're adding in... No, we are adding... We are actually... Hold up. We are doing this. Then... Hold up. Yeah, this. We're adding in a 0. Yeah, no, this is actually just this, and then we have this. Yeah, I think that works. 1100101. Yep, that matches up. Alright, so now what we need to do is just do the same thing as before, basically. So, yeah, I don't think anything really interesting is gonna pop up that we haven't already encountered. Yeah, so the first bit is now gone of this, and it's gone to here. And then we, of course, as always, convert this to 10. Now we go to the next power, and this has gone to 2, which is, yeah, that works. And then we actually skip the next number, so we go over here. You know, it's a lot clearer with this than with the previous level, like which path you take. Because with the other one, it was anything that's non-zero, you go over here, and anything that's 0, you go over here. But in this case, it's if it's a 1, go over here, if it's a 0, go over here. So, like, you know. I don't know, it just feels a lot clearer, if that makes sense. Yeah, so now we do go in here, so we add in the 4. Okay, good. Now we're at -5, and now we can skip a bunch. And with a bunch I meant 2. I thought it was more, but only 2. All right. Yes, now we're here, so wait. Stop. There we go. Bam. Oops. And then finally we go in once more. And we have 101. This works. And we can leave. Let's go. Alright, I assume that's the last in this series of base 2 and base 10 levels. Right, a limited copy. We had a copy before. Okay, I can't go there, but I think that was the first one in this world. So now we have a limited copy. So I assume this will be based off that first level. What else do we have? Downward spiral, signature, shift of balance. Shaft of balance, sorry. Division, Derision, Re-Zero, Champion's Maze, True Elimination, The Problem. The Problem. Alright, so these ones were more like one-word things, or, you know, that basically just gave away what you had to do. These ones seem a bit more mysterious. These ones might be more difficult. But anyway, let's go to limited copy now. Yeah, okay. So now we can only copy once. I see. We can only do this whole thing once. So it is actually the same level, but there's no master key and... or no negative master key and a star key. Okay. Well, can't I just do the solution that I had before? Because that one, I think, only used everything once. So, what was that again? Let's see. If I just go into here and then go into here. Swap white and pink, then red and pink, then white and pink again. Oh, but that doesn't work because then I'm doing the same kind of swaps. So yeah, in this case, I want to do a cyclical swap, I think. Because then I'm using everything once, right? So let's try that. So I'm going to swap. Alright, so we'll try. So We'll try swapping... Oops. Come on. We'll try swapping white and pink, then pink and red, and then finally... Well, it can't be cyclical, actually, because it needs to be 1, 4, 2. The last two need to be swapped. So if I swap... Okay, let me write this down. Actually, wait. What did I do for this one? Yeah, no, I did do that. I mean... Can I do it in 2 swaps? I don't think so, because... That would not be... I could do it in 1 swap, I can't do it in 2 because the parity doesn't work like that, so... It would need to be 3 swaps, and they would have to be 3 different ones. Right? Yeah. So... So yeah, it must be white, pink, pink, red, and then red, white. But then, what does that give? Well, we have white, pink, red. So we start at 1, 2, 4. We want to go to 1, 4, 2. Let's see. How can we do these cyclically then? Well, we certainly can't start with pink and red as a swap, and we can't end with pink or red as a swap. So yeah, it must be the middle one. Because if it were the first or the last one, then... Yeah, no. Let's say that pink and red... Because ultimately, the net effect of doing 3 swaps is gonna be to swap pink and red, because these two will be swapped in the end. But if this was the first one, then these two must not do anything. They must be each other's inverse, which the only way to do an inverse with a swap is to do the swap again. And then we have 2 identical swaps, which, as I said, we have limited copies, so we can't actually do any identical swaps. So that doesn't work. So pink-red must be the second one. So the only other thing we can think about is if this one is first or this one is first. So let's try white and pink first. I think we only have 2 options, we can just try both. 2, 1, 4, we swap pink and red. We get 2, 4, 1. And then finally we swap red and white, which indeed yields 1, 4, 2. Just for the record, I'm gonna check if the other option would have also worked. So if we do 1, 2, 4, we want to go to 1, 4, 2. If we start with red and white being swapped. I think this is just the same thing. Yeah, no, it's the same thing, but in reverse. So that definitely works. Oh, whoops, I'm an idiot. Yeah. Oh, by the way, I probably have mentioned this already, but if I haven't, there will be a thing in the description, a sheet, where you can just see all my working out that I'm doing right now. Alright, and then, anyway, so, what was the last swap? So, no, yeah, then you do pink and red. 2, 4. And then you do white and pink. Yeah, so it is just... This is just... Yeah. Alright. Wait, where did my node go? What? Oh, damn, my node went away. Anyway, we'll... So... Yeah, so... Alright, anyway, I'll do white and pink as a swap. So how does this work again? So we need white and pink. So so we put whatever we have for white into purple, right? And then we put whatever we have for pink into white. And then we put whatever we have for purple into pink. Yes. Okay. Then we swap pink and red. So we take whatever we have for pink and we put it into red. Nope, that's not true. We first store red into purple. Then we take whatever we have in pink and put it into red. And then finally we... well, after this I'm not going to be swapping pink anymore. Right? So this has to be correct then. Oh, but I can't put it into pink anymore because I got rid of that one. Okay, so I have to do it the other way around. I see. Yeah, so I put it into pink, and then here I have to put it into red. So I have to store pink into purple, which in fact has already happened. No, wait, but that doesn't work, does it? No, that's fine. If we put 4 into 1, so we put this into this. No, wait. Yeah, no, that does work. And then we put... Then we do this. Yeah, okay. I'm not happy about the fact that there's -4 there. So we definitely need to sign flip at this point. So... I think we already need to sign flip here, in fact. No, but then we get -4 again. That doesn't work. Okay, I'm purely dealing with the practical problem of how I do these signs. Okay, right now they're all messed up. So maybe I needed to do this earlier with the sign flip. Okay, we'll again do this. So -1. Wait, what if I store the other one though? Hold on. What if I store pink into here? So then I get... then I want to put pink into white, like this. That's fine. And then... No, wait, that's not fine. Need to put white into pink. Yeah, it's the other one. Then I need to put this into white. So that's the top one over there. There we go. Okay, and now I put... I put red into this. I put this into pink, which is the wrong sign. So I don't want that. I mean, how would that work then? Because... Because it would have to be -4 that I have for red, but I start with 4 red, that's the problem. Can't really do anything about that, can I? Except if I store this, and then I'm like, yeah, I don't need this guy, but I do need you later. So that's not true. Simply factually untrue. Okay, let's see where this ends up. Maybe I'll have something to spare at the end. But yeah, here we have -4, which is not what I want. Also, hold up. Oh, it's one that you're putting into red. Right? Yeah, no, you're putting one into red. So it's this one, right? And then you put this into pink, and then it does work. Yes. Okay. Okay. And then the final swap is going to be between red and white. So you put in, well, whatever white is, put it into here. Whatever red is, you put it into white. Then it's -1. So that doesn't work. I see. We have a little conundrum here. Okay, because now, yeah, I can get 2, right? I can get... No, wait, that's not it. Yeah, here I can get 2. Then... Can't do that. I haven't used the purple sign flip though. Here's the thing, where would I use it here? Because if I can get 4 here, sure. -4. But then I'm just losing 1. So that doesn't help. I'm kind of lost actually. Can I... Hold up. If I store this into here and then I put red into white, then I sign flip purple and I do this, then I have 2 signs which are messed up. Which gives me an indication that I just need to do things in a different order and then it will be fine. Because yeah, anything that I do now is not gonna help, right? It's just gonna set values Yeah, no, I don't want to do that. Maybe I do the swaps in reverse or something. Let's just restart. I mean, does it make any difference if I do you know, if I do the white and pink swap first, or if I do the white and red swap first? I don't think so. It doesn't make any difference. So the only difference that can really be there is which one of these I do first, I think. And then when I use the purple. So I started here by using this, I think, for the white and pink swap. So instead, we can start by using this, I guess. So yeah, then we have -1 stored in here. Then we can put this into white, and we can put this into pink. No, the other one. There we go. Then we swap these two. So, wait, so I had white and pink, now we have pink and red. So I need to use pink, I need to store that into purple, but I already have that stored in purple. That's the thing. So actually I don't need to do that, do I? So then I just need to put 4, yeah, just need to do this, then that doesn't work, because that's negative. I think I first need to put -4 into red. Maybe? How can I do that? I would need to use this, and then this, but then I already have that anyway, so... Hold on. I may be cooking, or I may not be cooking. Don't think I'm cooking, actually. Yeah, now I need to swap. Hold up. Wait, but no, wait, no, I don't have that anymore. I need to have 2-4-1 by the end. But I don't have the one that sets red anymore. So that doesn't work. Then yeah, this also doesn't work. Because yeah, it's a -4. Okay. Okay, so what have I tried? I've tried this one to store this one in here. I've tried to I mean, I've tried storing both of these and it didn't work, so the method that I'm using really just doesn't work then. So I probably need to do some weird shenanigans. Thing is, I just don't see it. Is there any functional difference between white and red? that would make it so that when I do this in reverse, it's actually different. I don't think there is. I think, yeah, those are basically equivalent. Because in the end, what needs to happen is that these two need to swap. But let's say I swapped 4 and 2 here, and I swapped 2 and 4 here, then it wouldn't change the puzzle. And then one needs to stay the same. White needs to stay the same, so it's a different element, basically. So that's like an asymmetry that we have, but I'm just wondering how... Like, because... Yeah, no, I don't think that influences anything. I think the options that I did are just all the options. So there must be some weird other option that I'm not thinking of. I mean, I can try swapping them in reverse, but I don't think... No, it's just not gonna... It's not gonna do anything. I know that. Is pink-red really the second one that we do? Maybe it's not. But yeah, if you do pink-red... That isn't... Yeah... No, it has to be... No, Like, I will just repeat this point. If pink-red was the first or the third swap, then the other two swaps must do nothing, because the net swap is pink-red. So the other two combined must do nothing. So they're each other's... No, wait, this is a different thing, sorry. Those two are inverse swaps. The problem is an inverse swap is just the swap again. There's no other way to do that. So yeah, maybe I need to do a 3-way swap. Maybe that's possible with this configuration. Maybe that's something I'm not seeing. Let's try that. So okay, so I have this, and then I need to put, if I want to do a 3-way swap, I need to do 2 or 1. So I need to put 2 into 1, so I need to get this. And then I need to put 4 into 2, so I need to do this. Nope, the other one. So I need to do this, and then I put this one into red. Yeah, okay. And now I have to... Okay, what if I swap white and pink now? And then do this in reverse. Does that work? Okay, because how many locks did I use here? So I used 1, 2, 3, 4 to do a 3-way swap. How many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. How much do I need to do 1 swap? I need 3. Doesn't really work, except if I... Oh, wait. Okay, I think I have an idea. So we store this in here. We actually do perform this, and then we do our 3-way swap. So we put... Hold on, I'm already... No, the other one. Keep forgetting. This one, and then we put this into red. So it's this one. Okay. Then we say swap pink and red, maybe. So now, because this is already stored this one. We don't actually need to do that again. So I think that will be useful. So we could now swap. Actually, we could swap this or this or this or this. It doesn't matter. Let's just swap pink and red, I guess. So we put in... Oops. We put pink into red. So like this. And then we put purple into pink. Like that. Okay. And now we do another three-way swap. So we're going to... Because yeah, if I put this here and this here and this here, that works. So I need to put this into white, but I already used that, so I need to go the other way now, I think. What things can I set now? So I can set this equal to... No, wait. I can make this whatever white is. I can make white whatever red is. And I can make... red whatever white is. That's it. In order to do a three-way swap, I need them all to still be there, right? So, actually, I think I want to swap white and red. Doesn't that work better? Because then I still have... Yeah, I think if I swap white and red, it does work out. Okay, so we swap white and red by putting white into red, like that, and then putting this into white. Wait, that's already it, but the sign is wrong of one of these. Hold up. Is there a way I can make... Wait, so what did I have before? I had two... No, wait. No, I did have, yeah, 2, 1, 4. Okay, put this here and then put... No, wait, that doesn't... No. Put this into purple. No, that doesn't work either. No, wait, put purple into red, right? I don't know what I'm doing anymore. I think you can tell. Aha. Okay. I've sign flipped pink now. And now if I put red into purple, put that into white. No, first put white into red. And then put this into this. Yeah, then we actually got it. No way. Okay. Damn. That was some weird shenanigans there. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think I fully understood it myself. I just kind of went off vibes with like a three-way swap and then a swap at the end, and it was like, okay, but pink is not right, so I tried to sign flip pink in the middle. It worked out in the end. Alright, downward spiral. Oh. These are contributions. And it's made worse by Ellie Watson. That's good to know. Then I know who to blame if this novel sucks. Alright, so what was it again? What was it called again? Downward spiral. Okay, so we got one of these. Okay, and we need to get 7 of these, 33 of these, negative 15 of these, and we can only use this. You know, seems pretty simple on the surface, but it's probably going to be horrible. Probably the numbers are going to be annoying to deal with. Let's think about this. So, well, the only thing we can do to start off is this, right? So, we might as well start with that. Also, an interesting thing to note is that purple will always be negative, and this will always be positive. Okay, I feel like this is a three-way dependency. I mean, it is. It just is. I don't know why I say I feel like it is. It just is. Okay. Because yeah, I could do this twice, and then that's gonna have ripple effects across the entire thing. Because now I get -1 from this. Hold on. Get -1. It's weird. Yeah, no, that's true. Hold on. Now I have 0. Okay, so we don't want to get 2 of those. Let's try and get 3 of those, I guess. Now we get -2 of this. Then we get 1 here. If we do that again, we get 3. Could get 5. Get -2. What the hell is going on here? -2. -7. And then yeah, we get 5. Okay, what the hell is this? How do I logic this? What? This looks way too complicated to logic out. You know, I like the levels that were just complicated contraptions more, but they are actually putting in hard levels in this. Kind of funny that this is hard and the other one was kind of simple. Maybe I can think about the last step of this. Maybe I can work backwards. Because it's a downward spiral. Maybe I need to go the other way around. I don't know. Yeah, so the last step is gonna involve... Well, which one of these 3 is it gonna be that's such? then. Let's say it's this last one. Then I know that the other two have been set already. So purple is at 33, cyan is at -15, and this gives me... this gets me to -7 orange. So how much orange do I have at that point, is the question. Then I can work backwards from there. I think this... Bro, I can't think straight anymore. Okay. So... you take... wait. Because this is what you're adding, right? So it's something plus this is -7. So... then we must have started at -22 orange. Okay. So... 3 possible ending scenarios. Orange... not... is the last to be set. Purple is last. Or cyan is last. And in the first case... I'll actually just number these. So this will be A. So orange is last to be set. B is that purple is last, and that C is that cyan is last. And probably only one of those three is actually going to be possible. And then we can look at A. Then orange must be -22 before this. Before the last step. And then we can work backwards, I think. Yeah. Alright, this is gonna be a lot of manual labor, I think. So, because then, yeah, the step you do before that is setting cyan to the right amount. So that means that we're at... yeah, this will yield -15. Or purple is already set. We're subtracting this off, so it's gonna be 33 minus 15, which... 18? Is that 18? Yes. Okay, I shouldn't have done it myself. But yeah, let me just check that. Yeah, if you start with 18 and you open that lock, it subtracts off the number of purple that you have, which is 33, so you get -15. So, second to last step was 18 cyan to -15 cyan. And then in the... yeah, I'll just work backwards. I'm not going to write down the so-and-so step. But yeah, in the step before that, we're setting purple. So then it's going to be... so we have -22 before the last step, yeah. So this is then gonna be... needs to be 33 by the end. So we have 11 purple, because yeah. Okay. So 11 purple is then... yeah. Then we have -22 orange. We have -15 cyan. So yeah, I just need to add that number to it, right? That's basically the thing that we're doing here. So yeah, this came from -37 orange. which came from... No, wait, sorry, it's 18 cyan, not negative 15 cyan. Actually, I think it's clearer if I do it the other way around. Then you see, like... Okay. And this was... So it's... negative 22... No, that's the result of subtracting something from something, so it's... Bro, I'm just worrying about the signs way too much. You take something, you subtract off 18, you get negative 22. So it was negative 4 orange before, right? Yes. And then you take something, you subtract 11 purple, you get 18 cyan. So that's 29 cyan. You take something, oops, you take something, it's... Here's the thing though, I think you can do these multiple times, right? Is that an issue? You could definitely do these multiple times. And that completely breaks the game. Or breaks the thing. Because then I can't work backwards. Because I don't know how many times each thing was hit. If I know for certain that I can only do each one once and then I move on to the next one, then it's not so bad. But I can't prove that, can I? So really, I'm not doing anything useful by writing this down. Alright. I'll just skip this one for now. This one doesn't look fun, to be honest. Problem. I can't know how many times I use each one. So working backwards is not possible. It is. I assumed that you do each one once. Okay, that definitely fits on the screen. Oh yeah, if I reach 0 actually at any point, I'm kind of screwed, aren't I? Oh well, let's just not worry about it for now. I have no idea what I need to do there anyway. Let's see. Signature puzzle. This is contributed by... Just imagine it. Just gotta imagine it, man. But a signature puzzle. Okay. So I see we need to get all of the blue keys. I don't know why they aren't pure keys, but... You know, they basically function like pure keys in this case. Then we get 3 plus 3i, where we subtract off 1 from this and from this. Okay, so we have -1, -1i, and that doesn't change. That's just setting things up. Okay. If we do this, that doesn't do anything. Actually, sorry, red does change. Ah, okay, so we need to find each signature in this. Right, okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Ah, okay. So each one of these requires 0 white to open. Now we start at 0 white, that's good. The end also requires 0 white. And it's interesting that, you know, it goes 2 white. So that means that these must cancel out. So we have a -3 -1 I. So this must be -3 -1 I then, because then it cancels. Yeah, okay, so I need to find the signature for each of these. That's what it's referring to. Now I have 9 of these. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of these. So that seems like a problem, doesn't it? Or maybe I can already do the first one. Yeah, I can already do the one in the top left. Because it just happens that I have that. Yeah, okay. I see. So this one isn't going to be too bad then. So then we get 1 + 2i, which is going to give us the... Oh, shoot, yeah, it changes this number. It doesn't set it. Okay, so now we need to think about how do we get to another one that's adjacent to this. Okay. No, this will be a hard puzzle. Okay, so what numbers do we need to get to for this? Maybe I can write that down. So yeah, the first one is free. We know that. And then... So this one's free. Then this one I need -1 - 2i. So... I'll just write down... Yeah, what the amounts are that I... No, wait, the thing is, though, if I get this, and then I subtract off this... I can also sign flip it, though. That's the annoying part. You can't really know anything. Okay, an interesting restriction that I'm seeing is that these also need to connect to options, right? And these are more difficult than these. These I can use to connect basically anything here, but these ones are specific. So like if I have 2 + 1i, you know. Also if I do this twice, like... then I'm screwed, basically. Then I can't do anything else with that. So yeah, it must be that these only happen once. Because yeah, only goes to 3 and above. Yeah, okay. So... Here, this 2 + 1i. Let me think about what that does. So... I need to get there from somewhere. So 2 + 1i. So I basically need to find 2 of these which have a difference of 2 + 1i. Well, none of these will work because they have 2. And then, yeah, there's nothing with 0 orange in it. 0 real orange. So it must be one with 3. So one of these 3. 2 + 1i. This one is also not going to work. So it's one of these 2. That this connects with. Then we have 3 + 3i, 3 + 2i. Okay, if I subtract off 2 + 1i from this, we get 1 + 1i, which is the first one we did, actually. That's the free one. So that works. So I guess... Okay, I'll do this on a separate page. I'll make a graph of all the different options. And then I think we might be able to get it that way. So... Okay, we start with 1 + 1i. I know red says -1 - 1i, but... You know, the amount that actually is in orange here, that, you know, it's cancelling with orange, so this is 1 and 1i. So I'll call this 1 + 1i, even though it's actually -1 - 1i. But yeah. It's just easier to deal with positive numbers, I guess. So yeah, this is our start. This is our start, so I'll encircle it. And then I know that using 2 plus 1i, we can go to 3 plus 2i. Alright. Now what we can also do is we can use 2 plus 1i to go to 3 plus 3i if we start from 1 plus 2i. So from this one. So I'll also write that down. 1 plus 2i, if we go 2 plus 1i, then we get to 3 plus 3i. Alright. Yeah, so those are the only options for that. Then here we have a 1 plus 2i. So we need at least 2 in the first one, and then the second one we need at least 3. So that's more of a restriction, so we'll look at those. This one doesn't work because it's 1. This one could work, and this one works as well. So this one, if you go from this one, or to this one, 1 plus 2i, you get 1 plus 1i. So 1 plus 2i, you get to 2 plus 3i. Now here's the problem, you can also sign flip these. And that makes things harder. That makes it so that there are way more options than what I'm writing down here. I assume there are multiple solutions in this. Maybe I should just do it more off vibes and not make a graph out of this. I think I'll still write down these ones because they are interesting. And also 2 plus 1i. Yeah, actually, wait. You can only do this positive or negative potentially. But if you do it negative, you're just doing it in the opposite direction. So actually, yeah. I can just make a graph where I have two-way arrows. And then actually, no. So sign flips just mean you have two-way arrows. That's it. Alright. So that actually doesn't change the game that much. Okay. I'm fine with that. So yeah, 1 plus 2i. So we had one option, which was to go 2 plus 3i from 1 plus 1i. Or we can also go to 3 plus 3i, which is then 2 plus 1i. So that's this one. Alright, don't have that one on the diagram yet. We'll add that in, 2 plus 1i. So that's... No, wait, I messed up. Okay, I might have to redraw this diagram because it's pretty shitty, but... No, wait. 3 plus 3i, 1 plus 2i, 2 plus 1i. Yeah, okay. Can actually fix that pretty easily. Yes, I am using Tipex on a piece of scrap paper, but I think it's because the diagram will still work if I do it like this. I don't know why I did that line, though. Okay. So really, I shouldn't even be drawing arrows. I can just draw lines. It doesn't actually matter all that much. Okay, and then 2 minus 1i. Okay, I got a different idea, because right now my diagram is a bit all over the place. I think I want to get a more systematic diagram. So I'll put this in parentheses, and we'll just start by making a diagram where I first put all of these on here. Okay, so 1 plus 1i, and we have 9 of these, so I'll do 1 plus 2i in this corner. We'll do 1 plus 3i in another corner. Then we have 2 plus 1i, 2 plus 2i, 2 plus 3i. Now I realized my diagram is way too compact. Wait, I can just do that. That works. Okay, I've written on all 9 of these in a sort of weird triangle pattern. And now what I do is... Okay, so this is my start. I'll just write that down with S, just so I know. And then I'll write down the connections I already had. So 2 plus 1i, if I add that to 1 plus 1i, I get to 3 plus 2i. So we can go to here. Then if we have 2 plus 3i, then we can also connect, so that's this. We can also add 2 plus 1i to 1 plus 2i. And get 3 plus 3i. And we can also add 1 plus 2i to 2 plus 1i. And get 3 plus 3i as well. Then 2 minus 1i. So if I subtract off 2, it has to be at least 3 that it's coming from, so it can either be one of these 3. 1i can't be this one, so it's either 3 plus 2i or 3 plus 3i. So if I subtract off 2 from 3 plus 2i, yeah, I get 1. 1 plus 1i. No, I already had that, wait. Oh, no, wait, I'm adding 1i. Hold on. That changes things. So no, I can't have 3i then. So I can have 3 plus 1i or 3 plus 2i. So this came from 1 plus 3i. Alright. 2 minus 1i. So 1 plus 3i plus 2 minus 1i. Yeah, that works. And then the other option is 3 plus 1i. So that will yield 1 plus 2i? Yes. Okay, this diagram is also a bit complicated. Then 1 minus 2i is... Okay, so I can get there from something with a 3 or a 2. And then the minus 2i indicates that there's actually only one option for that, which is that I'm coming from 3i and going to 1i. Okay, so 2 plus 3i doesn't work. No, because then I'm... No, it does work. What am I saying? Then you get 1... Wait, you get 1 plus 1i again. No, you get 3 plus 1i. Wait. And then the other option is... So 1 minus 2i. So it's this one. Um, 3 plus 3i must have come from 1 plus 2i. No, that's not right. 1 plus 1, no. 2 plus 1i. No. Oh wait, no, God damn, I'm messing things up in my head. Okay, no. So yeah, if you take 2 plus 3i and you add 1 and subtract 2i, that works. Then 3 plus 3i does not connect to anything. No, it's 1 plus 3i. If you add 1 and subtract 2i, you get 2 plus I. 2 plus 1i. So you get this one. Okay, there we go. So then 1 minus 2i. So far, everything connects to 2 of these, which is interesting. I think that means that everything will connect to 2 of these regardless? No, that's probably not true. No, wait. Now all of these are connected, except, weirdly enough, 2 plus 2i isn't connected to anything. Everything else is connected with 2 links. Alright. Yeah, that makes sense, because all of these have 2s in them. Okay, yeah, that makes sense, I guess. Okay, let's say we have this. This is 1 key, so yeah, we can, of course, go from 1 plus 1i to 2 plus 1i. So that's 1. We can go to 3 plus 1i, that's also 1. And then, yeah, we can do this here, and we can do this here. That's pretty obvious. And then, of course, we could also switch to a different circle. Okay, this diagram is not useful at all, holy. 1 plus 1i. Then you can go from 1 plus 1i to 2 plus 2i, for example. And to 3 plus 3i. And then you can go from 2 plus 1i to that. Okay, here's the thing. This feels like this is enough of an interconnected network that I kind of just have options. I think I kind of just have options. Okay, my game is lagging like crazy. What the hell? Alright, sorry about that. It's now the next day because I just couldn't get my thing to not lag. Bro, why is it still lagging? Oh my god. Okay, no, now it's better. I think it's fine now. No, we didn't want to do this one. Wanted to do this one. Let's see. So... yeah. So, I had this whole diagram. What I was gonna do was just try stuff, and just see where I end up with this. So 3 and 2, that would get me this one. Oh yeah, I forgot. I need to do the top left one first. Okay, now what are my options here? So I think I could go down. So yeah, I had 3 plus 2i. So which ones come out of this? I could do 2 minus 1i out of this. No, that's not true. Okay, my diagram is actually messed up as all hell. Okay, if I do 2 minus 1... sorry. If I do 2 minus 1i, but in reverse, then we're fine. So I need to sign flip this and then do that. And then I have 1 and 3i, like that. Okay. I'll write down in pencil which ones I've already done on this diagram. I might want to get rid of that later. Okay, so I started at 1, 1. We did 3 plus 2i. So I've already done this. So I can't do 2 plus 1i here. Then 3 plus 2i, we did 2 minus 1i. Now we did this one. Alright, now we haven't done 1 minus 2i or 1 plus 2i. I think I'll just do 1 minus 2i because coming out of this, that will be an option. Yeah. So yeah, then we get 2 and 1i, which is up there. Okay. So that was this. And then we got this one. Now, what other options do I have for now? Well, if I subtract 1 from this, I'm getting one that I already have. If I add 1i to this, I get a new one. If I add... let's see. If I add 1 plus 1i, I'll get 3 plus 2i, which I already have, so I can't do that. If I do 1 minus 1i, then I don't get anything, because, yeah, that's not gonna work. Optionally, I could get 1 plus 2i if I do that in reverse, though. If I do minus 1 and then plus 1i. Yeah. Then 1 plus 2i would yield 3 plus 3i, which I haven't done yet. So that's definitely an option. Yeah, let's just do this maybe. 1 plus 2i. So like that. Alright. Then we need to go back down. So I can't do minus 1i because I already have 3 plus 2i. I could do... let's see. I could also do minus 2i, to be honest. That also works. If I have this here... I mean, this one is not gonna work, because then I'm adding to one, so yeah, it has to be one of these three. Let's think about this. If I do this, I could get to here. And then from there, I could subtract 1 and get that. But then... I don't have anything else that works, I think. Or do I? No. If I have 3 plus 1i, how can I connect that to other ones? I could connect that to this if I subtract 1 and add 1i. So that this one could work here, in this instance. Here I can have a 1 plus 1i. Okay, so there's a way to get from here to here. There's a way to get from here to here. There's a way to get from here to here. So, like, this. Does that work? Add one. No, wait, the other way around. If I go to here, which I can do, because then I can just subtract that. Then I go to here, which takes up 1... No, but I can't go to here, can I? It's not that one. It's... Let me just write out the remaining connections, because I think these will be a more limited thing, and then I can see if it's actually possible to do this or not. So if we have 1 plus 2i, we have 3 plus 1i, we have, you know what we started with, which is 3 plus 3i, we have 2 plus 2i, and we have 2 plus 3i. Right, so what are the possible connections? So between these two, we can do 1i, but twice. Between 1 plus 2i and 3 plus 3i, there's not really any options. 3 plus 1i and 1 plus 2i, there's also no options. Between 1 plus 2i and 2 plus 2i, we of course have 1. Between these two, we have 1i. Between... 3 plus 1i and 2 plus 2i, we have 1 minus 1i, but in, yeah, the other way around. You add 1 here, yeah, okay, that works. Three plus 3i can also go to here if you use a 1. Can also use 1 plus 1i here. And we can also do 1 plus 1i to go from 1 plus 2i to 2 plus 3i. I think that's all the options. There might be another 1 minus 1i situation, actually. Let me see. No, we don't have 3 plus 2i, so that doesn't work. Okay, yeah, I don't think there's any other options there. So we're at 3 plus 3i right now, so that one's checked off. And then I need to find... So I have 3 options to leave here. I know I need to use this step with the 1 minus 1i, because it's the only step that has that, and I need to use everything once. Okay. Wait, I see it, I think. Yeah. So if I take this one to here, to 3 plus 1i, then I take 1 minus 1i, and I go to 2 plus 2i, then I take 1, I go to 1 plus 2i, and I take 1 plus 1i, and I go to 2 plus 3i. Then I've used everything once, and that works. Alright, I was expecting this to be way more difficult, purely for the reason that it's a complicated graph, and also if you were to do this in general, it's a Hamiltonian path problem, which is not... It's NP. NP complete? NP, one of those. It's not easy to solve. You kind of just have to check every option, basically. Anyway, good thing that I found that. So, 3 plus 3i, 2 times 1i. So yeah, I get this. We do it the other way around. And we get this. Okay, then we have this one. Then, now we do our 1 minus 1i, which, not that way, the other way. And we get, yes, good. Okay. Then just a 1, which again should have gone the other way. -8, and then finally this one, which gives us -9. We have 0 white, so we can actually go through here. Let's go. Alright. Shaft of balance. Again, I wanted to say shift, but it's shaft. Okay, what is this all about? Okay, so we start with some very specific key amounts. We need to get 0 green at some point. Doesn't have to be, you know, doesn't have to be immediate. Then again, I don't think there's a way to regain green. Nah, there is. There is. Alright, I'm back. Just had to do some practical stuff. So, anyway, so what have we got here? We need to get all of this to 0, but then we also need some specific numbers of these. Okay, so yeah, the things that we need specific values for are black, blue, and white, because those also don't need to be 0 here. So let's look at what this all entails. Also, what is interesting to note is that you get 2 red keys, and you only need to open 2 of these 3 paths fully. So go through at least 2 of the 3 paths fully. Okay, let's look at this first. So we sign flip white, and then the amount of white we have and the amount of blue we have should be the same, right? Because this will add, this will subtract. Yeah, so white must equal blue. Also, black must equal white. And also blue must equal black. Which, yeah. So basically those just need to be equal. That's it. So end condition, white equals blue equals black. All positive. Alright. Then let's look at these master keys. So, of course we can use master keys in this puzzle, but then we also have this. So if we're gonna use this, then yeah, it's gonna get rid of everything. We don't need to do this. I'll just write down that this isn't necessary, but it could be useful. Then green, let's think about how we get that to 0. So there's a lot of stuff with green in it. So this adds 2 to green. This subtracts 3, so then we would have 0. This adds 3 again. This takes away all of your green. This subtracts 2 green. Yeah, I mean the annoying factor is this, of course. But we could, I think we could reason through it. The problem, I think no, the main problem is that we don't know if we have to get all 3 of these paths. Like, it could be the case that we do 2 of the 3 paths fully, and then the third one we do up until here, but we don't get this. That's possible. Or, you know, we do 1 incomplete path, in which case it might be that we don't get this, for example, or something like that. So yeah, that's hard to say. I think green I can't really conclude a lot about right now. Red, as I said, 2 of these 3 paths at least. Then here, 57 and 34, and then we need to get you know, everything in balance. Well, let's see here. So if we get this, for example, hold up. Okay, and this door is pure, so we can't actually cheese this one. That's good to know. Here we also need 0 white. Now, I don't think there's a way to get rid of white. No. So this must happen before anything in these paths, if we do this. Alright, that's also good to know. I mean, is it possible? Yeah, actually, yeah, this is a good thing to think about. Is it possible to skip this bit? If it isn't, then this is already like a big, you know, then we know that we can't start with this path, then we know that we can only do this to here, and we have to do this to here, and then we can do the rest. But if we can skip this, then that doesn't really matter. Let's think about how much blue and black we need to get those equal. So, yeah, 57, 34. If we subtract off 20 from this, we get 37. You know, we can also subtract... Let me just write down all the ways in which you can take off black and blue. So black, you can... so options for black, you, oops, subtract, yeah, so minus 20, minus 5, plus 10, this is definitely once. The other ones could be multiple times, we don't know that. Okay, this is interesting. You only can work with multiples of 5. So, black is always 2 mod 5, because we start with 57. That's good to know. That's good to know. Alright. Then let's do the same exercise for blue. I see only multiples of 4 in this case. So we can do minus 20. We can do plus 8 once. We can do minus 4. We can do plus 8 multiple times. Actually, no way, we can't do anything multiple times. We don't have negative master keys, we have positives. Right, so actually that all doesn't matter. So yeah, this we can do twice. Then plus 12 and minus 4. Those are all the options for blue. So, oops. So here we only have multiples of 4, so blue is always, well, it's gonna be 2 mod 4. Okay. Now we know that these numbers have to be equal, and white also has to equal this number. So we can already, you know, see that we have a certain limitation in what options we have there. Right? So here I'll just... Okay, so... let's think about what the number must be mod some larger number. Mod 20? I don't know if that works. Okay, because let's say we have a number that is 2 mod 5. Then what numbers do we have in the range from 1 to 20? We have Let me just write it down real quick. So yeah, of course we have 2. I'll assume, yeah, it must be positive. There's no way to make it work otherwise. So yeah, it must be 2, 7, 12, 17. And those are the only options between 1 and 20, or 0 and 19, I guess. And then for 2 mod 4, we get 2, 6, 10, 14, 18. Right? Is that correct? Yes. Yep. Okay, so the only overlap between the two is the number 2. So that means that we must have something that is 2 mod 20. Alright, so... Oops. Yeah, no, that is... okay. So I'll write it down differently. It's 20k plus 2. Alright. Now that's interesting. Because how could we get... What numbers can we get to in that vein? There aren't a lot of options, right? I mean, we have k equals 0. Which would just give us 2. We have k equals 1, which gives us 22. We have k equals 2, and so on. You get the gist. But I think there will only be a couple of possible k values, maybe even just 1. Just from black and blue alone, and then maybe we can think about white as well. So, okay, what's the maximum number we can subtract from this? Well, in that case, we don't want to get rid of this, this, or this, because that would add to our key count. So if we subtract off these two, we subtract off 24, we get 10, which is not 2. So that doesn't work. So k equals 0 is not possible. Can't reach with blue. Probably also with black, but I mean, it doesn't really matter. We already know it's not possible. Could we reach k equals 1? So could we reach 22? Well, then we need a difference of 12. I think that would work, yes. If we... Hold on. So... If we do minus 20... and then add 8 once. Then what we do is we have 14 and we add 8. Yeah, so works with blue. So minus 20 plus 8. Oh, this is an example. There's probably other options. And then does it work with black? Let's see. So there we have the option of minus 20, minus 5, or plus 10. We need to get to 22. Well, 57 minus... minus 25... Bro, this is basic stuff. It's 32. Ah, okay. So that does not work with black, because we can't subtract off more than that. But I do notice that if we add on the plus 10, we get 42, which works with k equals 2. So does not work with black. So k equals 2 works with black. Minus 20, minus 5, plus 10 is only option. And then we also have, you know, doesn't work with blue. Well, in that case, we need to go from 34 to 42, so we need a net gain of 8. That definitely works. So it works with blue. Here we have multiple options, but plus 8 definitely just works. And then we need to check k equals 3. If k equals 3 doesn't work, I reckon everything else above it also won't work. So, yeah, k equals 3 is... In that case, we would need 62. Right. We could get there by doing a +10 and then a -5. Yeah. Does that work for blue, though? 62. I think that's a bit much. But it might be possible. 34 plus 8 plus 8 plus 12. That actually does yield 62. So that could actually be it. Could actually be what we need. So this isn't ruled out. Now, what I do know is that this is the maximum that will work. There's no other option there. Yeah, because the next one up you can't reach with either. So it works with black only, yeah. So it's a -5 plus 10 is only option. And works with blue. In that case, +8 plus 8 plus 12 is only option. So then k greater than 3 doesn't work. Alright. Man, I really wish you could justify this text. That would make this layout a lot better. I mean, it's kind of screwed up anyway. There's way too many notes here. Alright, so now I think we can think about white, because we know that k equals 2 or k equals 3. So I think white will actually be the deciding factor in which k value we have. So let's see. So white, you know, starts off at 0. What are the options for white? We can again write this down. So options for white. Well, I covered a part of the screen. Let me just... what's the best place to write this down that I don't get stuff? You know what, I'll just write it down here for now. Okay, so options for white. We can either do +6, we can do +12. We can do +9. Oops. +6, +12, +9, +3. And we can actually do +6 again. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, and then we can also do +6 like this. So actually, I'll just write it down. So we can do +3. We can do +6 thrice. We can do +9, and we can do +12. So actually, these are all multiples of 3, so I should have accounted for that earlier. Because actually, yeah, that actually already sets in stone what we need to have there. Yep. Yeah, I should have looked at this earlier. So yeah. Answer is divisible by 3. But not factorial. So in fact, that means that, well, which options did we have? We had 62 and 42, so 42 k equals 2 is only option. Alright. You know, it would be nice if I could hide these notes, but then again, I brought this upon myself, so yeah. Okay, but it's good to know that we need to reach 42. So now how do we get there? Well, for black, we only have one option, so that's good. For white, let's think about what we need for white. If I do 3 and then 6 3 times, and then 9 and then 12, we actually get exactly 42. So we actually need to get all of these. Okay. So what I'll do is I'll just put this down here. Because we don't really need it. Mm-hmm. Alright, then... Let's see, how do we actually get 42? So 42... So black must be 57 minus 5 minus 20 plus 10 equals 42. Only option. And then blue, we had a lot of options, so I'll write down white first. Get everything. Only option. And then blue, multiple options, net difference of plus h. Alright, so blue is not set in stone, but the rest are. Alright, let's get these. So actually that also means that we do need to in fact get past here. So that means that we can't get this to start off. No, I don't think there's any danger in getting this already. Except potentially that you might open this with a master key. We don't know that yet. Okay, we don't want to get that yet because we want 0 white. So now I'm gonna get 3 green here. Oops. We'll subtract off 20 here. And we'll get another 12 here. So maybe I didn't want to get that. Who knows? Alright, so then we get this. Now I don't think I want to get that either. But now that's open, so we can at least collect this and this, which we know we need. Actually, yeah, for this one we need 8. So, and we can't open that just willy-nilly. We know that we need at least 6 green, because this one is also a thing. Yeah. Actually, no, we need at least 8 green, because all of these paths have one of these conditions, and we need 2 of these at least. So, yeah. And also, actually, no, we also know that we need this one. So we need at least 10 green. So I think that blast door is gonna be one that we master key, because otherwise it's not gonna work. Let's see how much green we can actually get in total. So we can get 3, 2, and is that it? Hold up. Wait, that's it. Yeah, because this subtracts off, this subtracts off. Oh no, wait. How do we get 10 green? What? Oh, I'm an idiot. This is a sign flip. Yeah. Okay. This is not getting rid of all of them. I don't know why I thought that. No, this is a sign flip, so you can do some of these multiple times. Alright, so yeah, we want -10 green. makes more sense. So in that case, if you want -10 green, oh yeah, and this also sign flips the green amount that we have. So yeah, okay. So here we're gonna get 6 green if we include this as well. Then we could sign flip that and we can do this. But then the problem is that we don't... Okay. You know, this changes the dynamics a bit, because yeah, you can double up stuff now. There might be multiple options for these. Okay. I think this doesn't really apply anymore. I mean, is there another option for black if I decide to double some of these up? Well, I think there isn't. And also, I don't think you can double these up anyway with the way that's currently set up. I mean, you could do this thrice and then don't do this, and then you also use a master key on this. But then you're using up 3 master keys for that. And then you need to get 2 of the other paths anyway. So I don't think that's it. But that could be something. Okay, the thing that immediately jumped out to me was this sign flip with orange. Yeah, because everything here has negative orange in it, except this and this. Now, we know that we have to get this, so we have to pass through here. So this will become positive, but we can't make it negative again. So this one can't be opened. So actually we need to double stuff up here, because otherwise it's not going to work. So if we get everything else, then... Let me just write down what that actually does. If we get everything else, 6, 12, 9, 3, and another 6, then yeah, we're 6 off as expected, but how could we deal with that? Well, we could... I think we have options, you know. One thing that I'm thinking of is doubling up this and then not getting this. Because then if you do that, you get 6 times 2 plus 12. And then you double up this one. Yeah, and then you do get 42. Are there other options? I mean, yeah, there could be. What if I don't get that 12? Is that an option? I know I need to get the 6 and I need to get this. Like these two, because they come before this, I know I have to get these at least. I know I have to get these exactly once. So like I have to start with 6 times 2. So actually, because I know I need 42 in the end, I know that everything else must account for 30. Alright, so... And I know I can't get this. So between these 3, I need 30. So if I double this up more times, that could work. Like if I get 9 times 3 and then I add 3, that works. Then I've used 2 master keys. But then I also would need a master key to open this, which just feels like a waste. I don't think that's useful. To waste a master key there. Except if I wanted to go more ahead. More up ahead. I could also double up the 12 and double up the 3. That could also work. Then I would need 2 master keys once again. And actually, no, I'd need 3 master keys in that case. So, that definitely does not feel like an option. I think the most likely option... So... Alright. So get everything except -6 bottom right, because this is impossible. Actually, no, wait. If I do -9 twice and don't get this, then that's also 2 master keys that I'm using. So actually, that's the same. Okay. So 2 options that use -2 master keys, or 2. Yeah, 2 master keys, albeit positive or negative. So the first one is -12 times 2 minus, and then also the -3 times 2. Oh wait, that one didn't work. It was -9 times 2, skip -3. And then the other option was to skip -12, I think. So if I use 2 master keys there. No, wait, but that doesn't... wait. Alright, that's, again, a long note, but those are the 3 options that would work. Where, yeah, one of them requires 2 master keys, and 2 of them require 3 master keys. We have 7 in total. You know, and I'm seeing it as one thing, you know? Like, this is positive and negative keys, of course, but I'm seeing it as one thing. Alright, then for green, we need at least -10 green. And having more is actually not very useful. No. So what we can do is... Yeah, so we have the -2, the -3. So we'll get 6. We'll get 8. So we need to double up either this or this. So those are the two options there. So either you double up this one, you double up this one. Those both work. I think either way, you get rid of this one. So here you use a master key. Now that already means that if we're looking at the amount of master keys that we actually have and that we're using, I think we might have a bit of a problem. Oh no. So yeah, 2. This has 1, but then you also need 1 here. So yeah, we're definitely using at least 4, maybe 5. Now we haven't even looked at blue yet. Or at orange. You know, this could also just be opened. Actually, yeah, one of these definitely has to be opened with a master key. No, wait, actually this one doesn't need to be... Because yeah, we've sign flipped, it could be opened. Okay. I think now I just need to try stuff. So let's get this, then we get 42. Actually, no, one more thing. How will I get to 42 blue? What are the options there? Well, I can get rid of 4 blue, add 8 blue. Just need to make sure that anything I do has a net effect of 8. Like if I do this, for example, then I need to counter that with doing this multiple times, actually. If I do this, I counter it with these and then this. And I could use one master key here. So yeah, that's one option where you use one master key. You could also maybe have options where you use more. Okay, you know what, I'm just gonna try stuff now. I feel like there are too many options. You know, I feel like that there's not anything I can conclude conclusively anymore without just trying it. Like I've reduced plenty of these down anyway, so yeah. So yeah, I'll try skipping this and skipping this. Actually, wait, I'm not allowed to get that yet. I mean, we could skip this potentially, but then don't think that's very useful. Could skip this. Then we'd have to skip 3 of these. And not get this path. Or actually, no, wait. If I get this, then I get this and this. And then I skip this one, that works. So yeah, I'll put one here, I guess. Yeah. Alright, so 0 of this, that's good. Okay, I need -6 there to open that. So I definitely need to sign flip that. So I definitely need to go over here. Okay, so actually the only thing I can double is this. Yeah. Okay, so that... Yeah, alright. Okay, as for white, I've already gotten the -12 once, so I can't do option B here. Where's my cursor here? So... I also can't... Yeah, so actually the only option is the first one, where I do 9 twice there and skip this. So if I skip this, I need to get that now. Alright, good. Then we sign flip. I think that's fine. Oh, that means we can't actually go here. No, wait, we can't go here. Yeah. Okay. So, I'll get this twice. Okay, and we can use that to get orange to 0. Then we get this twice. But I need to get green to 0 as well. How do I do that? Hold up a sec. How do I get that to 0? Unless I decide to master key that, which I could do, because I don't think there's a way to get green to 0. So, and we can definitely get this first one. Yeah, okay. And then we'll just move on as intended. And with that I mean as I did before, not as intended. You know what I mean. And if you don't, you do. Stop gaslighting yourself. So get that once, and then get this. Okay, that's at 0. This is at 42. This is at 42, so everything is in balance. We can get these two. So yeah, I think we've solved the level now. Nice. You know, I just needed to try stuff out, and it would have been a lot clearer. Alright. Boom, 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 boom. Yippee. That was a cool one. Derision. Alright. Holy, what is this? Okay, so we got every number between 90 and 100, but for some reason there's a -1i here as well. Okay. And we also have brown keys. Oh god. What am I even looking at? Okay, here's an interesting thing actually. At the end we need -3 master keys, which means because we can only get... Yeah, there's no way for us to get master keys in any way, right? No. And we get -2 and we get -1 here. So I assume that this will then... Yeah, this allows you to open this. And then... Then yeah, you get this and then open this at the end. Then you need -1i here, which... Where do we have -1i in this? Let's see. Yeah, we have a -1i with this glitch lock. And then we also have -99i for Bran. And we have like sign flips and all this and... If we get this -1, we sign flip it and we do times -i, we could go here. That could work. Could we use the -1i from the glitch lock? And also, what's with these numbers anyway? Okay, so yeah, I don't think there's a way for you to... Yeah, no, you kind of have to get that. So this is now set in stone as being a glitch lock. That's good, though. And what was it? It was glitch and master. Okay, so it's actually not going to do anything. It's just... Yeah, it's just gonna make sure that the outside color is glitch if we need that, which I think we will, potentially. Alright, but now what do we actually do in this level? So we have -99i for this. We get this, we get -99. Sure. We have 200 of those. Interesting. We can add a pure key here if we need to. Here we get rid of everything of a particular key type. Okay. What is going on here? Actually, yeah, wait. I think I see what they want you to do here. Okay, but let's say we open this, right? We have one pure key, we have 2 negative masters. Then what we'll do basically is we're going to add 1 to pure, right? Now what? So yeah, there's a thing preventing us from opening this again, which is the fact that this is glitch. So this is going to become pure, but we don't have 0 pure at that moment. So yeah. Okay. Okay, so it's probably, yeah, probably has to, okay, that's why it's called Derision. I think it has to do with how many times something goes into something. And maybe this is for a prime number? I don't know. I'm just clutching at straws here. But it would make sense that this is like, okay, now it's saying get the numbers that are divisible by 2 or something like that. Yeah, if you take the numbers that are divisible by 2, and then, okay, let's say you get 92, which, what is that divided by 2? Actually, I can use the calculator I have here so you can follow along. Okay, that's 46. That's still divisible by 2. So I reckon we want to use that when we need to find something divisible by 4. Let me do 94 divided by 2. That's 47. I'm pretty sure that's a prime number. So yeah. So okay. So let's say we get green, right? And then we use the pure keys here 47 times. So then we're basically subtracting off all the green here. Then we're done. Then we can open this once. Okay. Now also, this says 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay. Okay, so this probably has to be the final one, I assume. Or maybe it doesn't have to be. Okay, so here's my reasoning in terms of like what this is here. So like, I think, yeah, we do need to use this to open this up. Maybe that's not the final one though. I don't know why having more master keys would actually make a difference. It doesn't seem to make any difference. It just means you have to get this one in the end, right? So, I guess that's to prevent you from cheesing it by using master keys elsewhere. Or, yeah. I don't know. No, wait, no. I don't know, actually. Anyway, so once we've done this green, yeah, this opens, then this is pure again, so we need to get a different one now. So then we've also gotten one pure out of this, so now we're at 3. So now we need to look for numbers which are divisible by 3. And preferably no other factors. So 31, is that prime? I'm just gonna look up a prime number checker. Let's see, 31. That is prime, yes. Okay. So that could work. Any others? Well, 96, yeah, will lead to 32, which is definitely not prime. And then 99 is gonna yield 33, which is also definitely not prime. Okay. Now I did 94 initially. Maybe if I do a different number initially, I'll get some other results. No, okay, that's definitely not prime. If I do this, that's also not prime because that's 7 squared. Did I do 98? Yeah, yes, I did. I'm an idiot. Sorry. Yeah, so actually 94 is the first one. So I'll just write it down here, I guess. So this is 94 divided by 2 is 47 is prime. Then the next one was 96. Nope, it wasn't. It was 93. 93 divided by 3 is 31 is prime. Then, okay, if we're looking for numbers divisible by 4, we can either have 92, I think. Yeah, that's 23, which is prime. We can have 98, no wait, sorry, 96 divided by 4. That was not what I meant to do. That's 24, which is not prime, so I don't want to use that yet. And then 100 divided by 4, yeah, it's 25, is also not prime, so we're going to use 92 here. So 92 divided by 4 is 23 is prime. Okay. Then 5. So we could either do this or this. Now this will yield 20, which isn't prime, of course. And then here we'll have 19, I assume. Yes. So we can do that. So 95 divided by 5 is 19 is prime. Okay. Then, in terms of division by 6, oops, sorry. In terms of division by 6, then we need division by 2 and by 3. So, does 96 work? Yes, that gives us 16, which isn't prime, but yeah. But also 90 could work, which gives you 15, which also isn't prime. Okay, so here it kind of depends if we maybe want a larger number later down the line. I think both could work as the next one. So yeah, I'll write down both of these. So 90 divided by 6 is 15 is prime. Is not prime, sorry. We all know that it's not prime. And then 96 divided by 6 is 16 is not prime. Okay, then 7. Okay, seeing if a number is divisible by 7 is a bit harder, but I think, yeah, I do recall that being divisible by 7. So yeah, 91 divided by 7 is 13. We also have 98 divided by 7, which is 14. (91 divided by 7 is 13 is prime. And I'll also write down this. 98 divided by 7 is 14 is not prime. But maybe the primeness doesn't even matter that much. Maybe it's just that we need large factors so that we don't have repetitions in a way. Something like that. I'm not sure. Alright, then we have 8. Which... yeah, how many times do we need to do this anyway? So we need to open this 11 times, right? So we're gonna go to... well, the last one doesn't actually matter. So... actually, we're adding on 10, so we'll get to 12. But then we also have this one optionally for when we can't do 1. Then we have 13. So 13 is also a thing. And then the only number in here which is divisible by 13 is this one. So I think we might want to save that for the end. Save until the end. And then I think we can use this for 7. I think that's fine. Both of these we could use for 6. I'm not sure about that yet. Well, here's the thing. This one, the other factors are... yeah, I mean 2. And... sorry. We have 2 and we have 14, right? But 14 we're never gonna reach. So that doesn't really matter. Wait, did I add that up correctly? Yeah, if you do this 10 times, yeah. You get to 12, then 13. And then the final time it doesn't actually matter that you get more pure keys out of that. Because you already opened it. So yeah, it stays at 13. Alright. So... okay, don't think we wanna... yeah. And then here, okay, we could use 6 times 4, we could use 3 times 4, we could use this for 12. Here, I don't think we can use this one for anything else. If we do... I mean, we could use it for 9, actually. No, there's options there. Never mind. Okay, then... next option is 8. So... which numbers are divisible by 8 in this? I assume 96. Yeah, it gives you 12. That means there are no others. So that's the only one. Alright, so 96 divided by 8 is 12. I think the primeness doesn't really matter anymore. So we could also use this for 12, potentially. And then, okay, next up we have 9, which we have 2 options. We of course have 90 divided by 9, which is 10. So we could also use this for 10. Or we have 99 divided by 9, which is 11. Now, 11 we're not going to be able to use any other way, so I think we want to use that one for 11. So 99 divided by 11 is 9. And then the other one was 90 divided by 9 is 10. And then also, if we're looking at 10, don't really have anything in gray here, so I'll just write it in this as well. So if you do 100 divided by 10, of course you get to 10. Actually, wait. No, that doesn't really affect anything. Okay, yeah, then 11, then 12, and then 13. As I said, it has to be this one. Okay, so is there a way to get everything uniquely now? Well, 97 is prime, I think. So that's a problem. That one doesn't appear anywhere. Right? 97... wait, I don't want to look that up here. I want to look it up here. Yeah, it is a prime. Let's see, the previous one before this is 89. And the next one after this is 101. So yeah, those... yeah, so this is the only prime in this whole thing. How do we deal with that then? I mean, then we would have to do... oh, I guess that one is this. So yeah, this is cyan is prime. So yeah, you use that here so that you can get rid of all of these. That makes sense. Okay, now I think I can just try stuff. So I said I wanted to start with this one, right? Okay, now do I just do this a bunch of times? I think I do. Okay, so that's 0, so now I can open this once. And I can go back around here, I see. And then the next one was the one for 3, which is going to be this, because that's the best option. Damn, this level sure takes a while to execute, but you know, it's an interesting, so I don't mind. Then, oh, what? Right, I should probably open this. Whoops. Okay, then 4. I had one which, if I divided it by 4, I got this right here. So, Okay, now the interesting thing actually is that Scion will induce an extra 1, but I could do that at the end, then it doesn't really matter that much. Yeah. Actually, I think I have to... Do I have to do brown before glitch? I think that is a condition here. Because I need to be able to undo this, right? The only way I can do that is by getting that -1 exact. Which that's gonna ruin that, so I need to do that but after I get brown to 0 already. And this, yeah, if I get this, I get -99. If I get that sign flip, yeah, okay. So... I mean, I don't think I think I can just get this, yeah. Actually, no, wait, I'll wait out on that. Oh no, also, hold up. I could get this and then do this, and then I can do glitch before. Yeah, so it actually doesn't matter. Okay, anyway, 5 is up next, which is gonna be this. I mean, I also have a limited number of these. Maybe that influences things. Okay, and then next up is 6, where I have multiple options. So I could do this. I could do... what's the other one here? This one would also work for... 96. So yeah, if I have 3 and 4, this could also work for 12. Where I don't think there's anything else that works for 12. Yeah, no. So I feel like I do want to get this one. Is there anything else that then this is divisible by that I... let's see. I want to check if this is a prime. Factorize 90. It's 2 and then 3 squared and then 5. So yeah, I can get 10 from 90. I can get 6. I can get 15, which doesn't matter. I can get... I think that's... Yeah, I could also get 3 squared, so yeah, 9. That's it. Yeah, 9, 10, and 6. Well, 10 I'll get from this, right? Then... Nine. Well, I can't get 11 anywhere else. Maybe we skip 6. That could be an option. Okay, then 7, I was fairly certain it was this. Okay. Then 8. Did I have a thing for 8? Well, I have this. I don't have anything else that's divisible by 8. Oh, okay, so actually there's no other... Yeah, the one for 8 and for 12 are the same one. So no, yeah, I have to skip either 8 or 12, but I can't skip 6. That's certain. Alright, so yeah, here we're still at 5. So yeah, I have to do 6. But let's think about what I do in that case. I definitely don't want to use this. I feel. Then yeah, the only other option is this. But do I get problems from that? Can I still get 9? Yes, but I can't get 11 in that case. I feel like we're gonna have a problem here. Ten is not a problem, but 9 and 11 are. If I get this. Yeah, I'm just gonna get this, but I don't think the level will be possible now. Okay, then 7 was gonna be this one. Oh wait, I can skip 11 or 9. Right. Because I have the cyan being prime thing, and then I can use that to skip another step. I see. So what I'll do now is... Well, I don't want to waste these, so I think I want to use these on the higher ones. So... Yeah, I think we'll skip 8. Come on. Skip 8, and then we'll get 9, which is this. And then we get 11. For gore. Hold up. Maybe I should have... Nah, it's fine. I think it's fine. Because, yeah, now we have... Well, if I actually bother to do this, then yeah, we have this. Okay, and then... we're now at 10, so I could get this. Okay, so now we get that. Good. Now we're at 11, which we skip by using the fact that Cyan is prime. Good. Then we're at 12, which we use here. I think we're fine. Yep. And then finally, we're at 13, which this is the only multiple of 13. 7 times... Okay, so you do have some margin there. Alright, good. Let's go! That was a nice level. You know? I do wonder, like, how do you even go about designing something like that? How are you like, okay, yeah, the range between 90 and 100 is interesting, and now we're gonna design a whole level around that, and actually make sure that, you know, it's like, it's a very elegant level too. Like, there's not a lot going on there, except for the fact that you get a ton of keys at the start, but like, the contraption itself is actually pretty ingenious, yeah. Anyway, ReZero. Love Math Boy. Alright, Love Math Boy, what have you got for us? Well, we need all 5 pure keys to go through here. We need 0 master keys. So yeah, that's something. Okay, ReZero. Find that interesting. Okay, so... we're basically going through all of these paths. But we need to get to... Oh, okay. One thing I'm already noticing is that there are 21 of each of these, and all of these rows sum to 21. So I assume that each of these will appear exactly once in the whole thing. So yeah, we have 6, 3, yeah. Okay, so yeah, if we were to get all of these, we would get -21. So yeah. Yeah, okay. Now here's the thing, we need 0 master keys, and that's a problem. Yeah, otherwise this puzzle would be kind of trivial, I think. Otherwise you could just do this. Right. But this is not going to work, I assume. Yeah. Because now, yeah, if we get these pure keys, we're gonna have too many master keys. That would have been hilarious if it was actually just a fake out. Yep, we have 7, which is not what we want. So actually that's good to know that we have 7 master keys at our disposal. And we need to use exactly 7. Alright. Now here's something a bit weird. I'm just thinking about... So yeah, we can use 7 master keys, right? So That's because, yeah, positive MKs, it's 4, 2, 3, 2, 2, 13, and then yeah, the other one is 6. So positive master keys 13, negative master keys 6. You can use, or you need to use exactly 7 positive or negative master keys. The rest cancel, although that's actually not true. We could not get these. So actually we have options. We have the option where we use 13 keys, right? But I don't think that's gonna happen, because then, yeah, it needs to balance out. We have the option where we use 11 of these keys and then we get -2 here. Okay, so no, wait, is that true? That's not true, is it? No, wait. Because if I'm using this, then I also need to use 2 here. No, so it needs to be, okay. So yeah, that doesn't really indicate a lot, does it? Yeah, I don't really know how to interpret that quite yet. Anyway, what I'm definitely noticing though is that, okay, let's say we skip getting 1. Can we even do that? Well, if we get everything else, we get 20. So we definitely don't want to do that. So then we'd have to skip something else too. Okay, so let's say we use a master key on this. You know, we've done one of the paths already, and we use a master key on this. Then we need to... Here's the thing though, I'm just... I feel like there are just some constraints that I'm not gonna get if I work like that. But let's just go through with it. Let's just see what happens. So I skip getting this, and then that means I need a 3 or a 5 extra, right? Because I need an odd number in the end. So what we could do is If we were to get this twice, we would have 6, so the rest must add up to 15. Then yeah, if we get this as well, then... Okay, let's say we skip this one, then we also need to double this and skip this. I think, is what that means. Yeah. Because... I mean, that's not entirely true. No. Now, one thing I definitely know for sure is that one of these paths, like the first one that we do, is definitely just going to be that we get them all normally. Right? Mm-hmm. I'm just looking at which of these colors are most front-loaded, basically. I mean, purple appears a lot at the start, orange as well, but then here, this path, it appears fully. White appears a lot at the end of paths, so I don't know if that's useful. Cyan as well. Pink could be something, because yeah, it's at the front here, it's at the front here, and then this entire path. But yeah, it's pink at the end. Let's just try something. I don't know. No, but I mean, there are too many options. I shouldn't just try stuff. I mean, it's also possible that I double up some locks in this path already. I don't know that. This level was called ReZero, right? So... I'll leave this for later. I'll just think about it a bit. Alright, Champion's Maze. Oh god. You know, this is like a World 1 type puzzle, but it's complicated. Really complicated, actually. Was this contributed by anyone, or did you make this monstrosity? Okay, the actual developer, Ellie Watson, made this monstrosity. Good to know. Alright, so at the end we need 3 pink keys to win, right? We start off with 1 white key. Okay, if I'm going... Yeah, actually no, I can get this because it doesn't affect anything. Then I have 2 options. I can either get this, which gives me 1 purple key, or I get this, which gives me 1 orange key. Thing is, in the end, I want to do the bottom path, right? Oh god, what is this nonsense? How do I even start with this? Like, genuinely. Okay, how many pink locks are there? Or how many pink keys are there? Well, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, damn it. Okay. There are 7 pink keys. How many locks are there that are pink? Well, here's the thing. This is not useful, right? There's no world in which this is useful. So I can already rule this one out. I mean, it could be, you know, a thing that you do, but it doesn't affect anything. So we can just leave this be for now. Now, how many pink locks do we need to open to beat this stage? Well, we have one there at the bottom, here. Then we have another one here, and then we have 3 more. Now, as I said, there are... yeah. There are... so 5 of these locks, but there are 6 keys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... 6, because yeah, this one doesn't really count. And then this one also doesn't really count, because it's behind a pink door. So actually, aside from this door and all the ones we need to progress, everything else we cannot open. So I'll just put an X over these. Alright, so that already rules out a couple of paths. So yeah, this one of course you have to open. This one is a no-go. This one is a no-go. Then these are of course important. This one. And then this isn't it. Alright, so pink definitely has some things going on there. Now that leaves us with an interesting question. Are there any other colors which also have a nice restriction like that? Well, let's see. So, in order to do cyan, we definitely need to open this one, at least. Now, how many cyan keys are there? Well, we're not going to be able to get this one. Besides that, there are only 2 cyan keys. Yep. Okay. So, considering we're not doing this path... Okay, so yeah, this one we have to do because, like, it's on this path. Right. And we know we can't do this path. And then the other ones... Oh yeah, also I should put an exclamation point here, because these are also vital to get. I mean, this one isn't. This one, not necessarily. I'll put a question mark in this one. We don't know that yet. And this one is also vital. Then this one we can't, or we won't. Yeah, no, we can't get. Okay. So yeah, as for cyan, we have 2 keys. We have one thing that we definitely need to do. So yeah, we don't know, like, locks, so... get at least 1 cyan. If you get 2, you have 1 spare, exclamation point, cyan lock that you can open. Alright. Yeah. So yeah, there are only 2 available in the entire stage. Okay, let's see, like, the third most prevalent color is black, I think. So, what do we have there? So we know that we need to open this. We know that we'll get this. So yeah, I'll write this down here as well. So yeah, we need to open this. Yeah, knowing that we're not gonna do this path, that doesn't really matter. We know that we need to get this as well. So yeah, we open at least 2 black locks. How many black locks are there in total? 1, 2, 3 that actually matter. Yeah. Now here's the thing, I feel like we're getting a lot more black keys anyway. Like we're definitely getting that one, and then yeah, we can get that one, or actually yeah, here we get one for free, which we can use for this. And then this one we can use here. Alright, so all non-exclamation point black keys, locks can be collected or opened, but you need equal amounts. Wait, you need keys to be bigger than or equal to doors. We could have it that at the end we actually have more keys than doors. Who knows? That doesn't matter all that much. But what does matter is that we just have enough keys if we want to open more of these. But yeah, the ones I've marked with an exclamation point, we definitely need to get all those. Okay, then purple I feel is prevalent enough that we don't want to... I don't know, I don't feel like we can deduce a lot from those. And then, yeah, same for like orange. It's fairly prevalent, and white is fairly prevalent as well. I mean, what I can do is just mark off all the ones that I know I'll be opening. So, we know that we'll be opening this. And this. No, we don't know that one actually. We do know that we're gonna open this. You know, considering we have to go over here, that also means we have to open this and this. Okay, then here there are options, so can't really say that for sure. Again, here we have options. Then yeah, of course we need this, but I mean, this one isn't really a problem. This one could be. That's really it. Then of course we need to open this, and finally open this. So I feel like we're gonna need a more purple towards the end. But anyway, I don't think we're gonna gain a lot of insight from that. I think these are just gonna be more so trial and error. So yeah. So yeah, at this point we have 2 options. we can get one of the two. If we get this, we can also get this. Which gives us a white back. So actually that does absolutely nothing, so that's good. Then, yeah, our other option is to go here. No. So again, yeah, we're at 1 white. If I can do something that gives me not 1 white, doesn't do anything else, then that's fine. I can also get this because I have this, and I can also get this because I have this. Oops. So yeah, we're back at 1 white. Yeah. So far I don't think I could have made any mistakes. Like, all I've done is just opened up locks and not gotten any net. Yeah, you know, I've opened up locks that I had to open. So, I mean, I'm not sure about this path, actually. But, I mean, it should be fine. Right, so now... Yeah, that's fine. That's also fine. Actually, here's another interesting thing. How many keys do we get at each iteration? Like, when we open a lock, we get 1 key each time. Except here and here. That's the only instance in which we get 2. That's interesting. So I could use that one here now. Then I have another white key I can work with. Okay. now I'm stuck. Right. Okay, we need to get that top one. I feel like we're gonna have to wait this out until we actually can use these pink keys. So I think now what we want is more action going on here. Now here is a problem. We get black, but we can't use black anywhere, so we're actually kind of screwed here. I think. Yeah. So black is kind of a death sentence. Okay. And let's see where we had black before. We had it here. So yeah, if we, you know, we're gonna get one of these black ones. So yeah, I need to do that early on enough. Yeah, okay. So yeah, whichever one of these two I get, I have to use it to open this. And then this other black key, I'm gonna have to use to open something else. I'm stuck already. I don't want to get that quite yet. Actually. Even though there's two keys, it's two keys we can't use right now. I want to get orange right now if possible. I can't. In fact, I'm stuck. So... sorry. My phone's going off. I don't even know where I put it. Oh, there we go. If we get this, then my only option is to get that. But then I can't do anything, right? Oh no, wait, I can get this. Right. Okay. And then we're actually fine. Yep. Now we can go on ahead, and now we actually have a pink lock to open, which is good. Okay, don't want to get cyan, can't do anything with that. White, I could do something with. Purple, could do something with, but not very useful. No, now I can get this, right? So... Yeah, I can get orange from that. Oh. Do I want white right now? Not really. Because then I'll just get more black keys and then I'm actually screwed. So yeah, this path is actually also a death sentence. Because we actually get too many black keys. Okay, so we want to go down here. So yeah, we need to do this, yeah. And then from that we can get orange, which allows you to get purple. Okay, first of all get this, and then get this. Okay, now we have... Don't want to do that. I want to get pink now. Can I open anything with cyan? I can, so I can get that one now. And actually, yeah, I need that cyan too. Did I put an exclamation point anywhere else? No, so we don't want to get that one, actually. Yeah, okay. So we want to go... I think we want to get this one first and then this. So I need purple. So I can do that. Bam. Okay, and then we have orange. Okay, now I need cyan, so... 2 white right now. So I definitely want to use that somewhere. Problem is I don't have any white to spend anywhere. So am I stuck now? I might be. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm fairly stuck right now. I think I made a tactical error early on by opening too many white locks. So let's not do that. I think this is better. No, wait, we didn't want that yet. Just realized. Okay, but we don't want to get this. Wait. Get this first. This works. Oh, it doesn't hold up. No, wait, I'm not. No. It is correct. Yeah, then we go over here. Then I can get that lock. Now we need pink, which I can get. Okay, next up we need purple, which I can get from here. Okay, orange and then white again. Then we need purple again. Okay, we can get 2 orange keys from this. Which is good, because then we can open up more stuff there. Okay, now I have 2 white again, but I think I'm less screwed than last time because I can actually convert it to other stuff now. Yep, okay. So now I can convert it to orange, which will give me a free passage through there, which is good. Then I also want to convert it to purple so I can get... Yeah, actually, wait, do I want to... You know, no, it's fine. No, I don't think it's fine. Hold up. I think I want to convert it to purple and then get orange from that. Or maybe it doesn't even matter, who knows. Okay, now I need more purple. Yeah, I need a lot of purple right now. Holy. Damn it. Okay, I think we're getting there. Because now I just need 2 more purple. Which I can get. Okay, then we have a pink key there. And then we get that last pink key and we're out. Let's go! That was actually really fun. Okay, you just had to, you know, there are probably a lot of ways to do that there, but the main point is if you open up a lock, you get a key, so you have to be able to use that key immediately. Even if you get 2 keys, at the end you need to open 3 locks, so then it cancels out anyway. So yeah, every time you open a lock, you need to be able to get that key. And you also need to think of the fact that, for example, you need to keep... Anytime you can convert a key type to another key type, you need to save that as much as possible for later. Like with those white keys, I wanted to convert that to orange and purple, so I needed to save that until later and not waste that early on. Alright, cool. True elimination. Let's see, this is going to be a process of elimination puzzle. Yep. Okay, here's the problem. We've got 9 master keys. That can change up the dynamics of this problem completely. Because it doesn't guarantee anything. Like, it could be that this is the optimal path. Who knows? Right? Now here's the thing, how many keys do we end up using? So we're using... That's certain. Like, yeah. So you're using 3... 6, 12, 48 keys. And how many do we have? Let me just check that that actually is correct. So yeah, 3 times 4 in 3 rows. No, 36. I'm an idiot. Sorry. 36, and then if you add these up, get 9, 5, 7, 7, 3, 3, 2. So yeah, you have exactly 36. So what we also know is that these must be not mastered. So, not master. These two. You know, we're getting one of the two, of course. But that means that we need to get that key count to 0 already. So that's interesting. That limits our options. So we either have the option of getting cyan to 0, which would involve getting these 2 top paths, or we could get pink to 0, which would involve this top path and this top path. Now here's an interesting thing. After this point, there's a lot more pink than cyan. There's actually 1 cyan lock there. And that's it. Yeah. Now, if we're doing this path here, we're already using up 3 master keys just by doing it this way, right? So, that's something to keep in mind. I also noticed that we have 2 of these identical ones. I don't think that matters very much, though it could matter. The annoying thing is that you just don't know because of the master keys. Like, those could, you know, give you so many different options. Now, actually wait, yeah, if I get cyan to 0, I'm already definitely using up 3 master keys, that's certain. And then I'm going through here, and I need to get this. So, ideally pink is not yet 0. I also need to use 1 master key at the end, that's guaranteed. At least. The other ones were like, it's guaranteed that I need to use a key. Well, pink there, blue and white there. Again, I can't know for sure because of the master keys. It could just be that I skipped doing that. How do I deduce anything more about this? I guess, yeah, wait. Red is at 7. So I need to get this path. So that means I need to get pink to 0. Okay. There we go. We found our first clue. And the reason for that is if red is at 7 and we need to use every key, but red always appears in, you know, in triplets, except here. So we need to get that. So that means we need to get pink to 0, which means we have to do this path. And then also this path. And then that also means that anytime we encounter pink later, it's gonna be a master key. So like here, this is I'll just do it like this, that we're doing a master key there. There's no other scenarios in which this is required. But basically that also means that anytime pink appears later, it's gonna involve one master key, so... one master key either way, or at least one. Either way. Here we don't have any of that. And then here, at least, let me see. Here we have 3 master keys, here we have 2, so at least 2 master keys either way. Okay. So actually, okay, we're also doing this, so, that's interesting. Because then we're using up 3 black. So we also need at least 1 master key there. So yeah, again, at least 1 master key either way. So yeah, we have 1. So how many did we have again? We had 9. Okay. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which are already set in stone. Alright. If we can set the other 4 in stone, then we're good, basically. Now, yeah, cyan, we also need to get that to 0. Well... here's an interesting thing. How would we get cyan to 0? We have to get this path, right? And then either this one or this one. Alright, so this is another master key that's guaranteed. So at least 1, yeah, 1 master key. And actually, because this path is the one that we take, we also know that red is gonna be like this, and it's gonna be like this. Okay, so now we've gotten 6, which are definitely set in stone. And then we don't know if it's this or this yet. Alright, anything else we can deduce? Blue is also interesting. Blue is a bit more complicated than everything else. I don't see a guaranteed way to deal with that. Maybe white is more of a restriction. Here we definitely need to use 1 white. Here we definitely don't use those. So yeah, I might as well write down where we don't go. So we don't go here. We don't go here. We don't go here. Or here. Or here. So, what other locks do we have with white? So... oh yeah, we also don't go here. Let's see how much we have left for white. So we have 1, 2, possibly 3, 4, 5. Ah, okay, so that actually sets in stone what paths we'll need to take for white, because we only have... Yeah, we only have 5 white that we can actually get to. So it must be the paths that contain white. That's right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah, and everything else is... wait, have we then decided every step at this point? I think we have. Yeah, we've figured out everything until the final 2, but the final 2 I can just see what amounts I have remaining. So we go here, we go here, we go here, we go here, we use 1 master key. Alright, then this is like that. We do this, and do this. Go over here. We go over here. We go over here. We go over here, where I again need a master key. Okay, yeah, I've got 0 of everything except blue now. So, like, that's it, right? Yep. Right. That was a nice puzzle. Julio. Alright, then finally we have the problem. This certainly is a problem. What am I even looking at? You know, it doesn't help that this one is just called the problem and that there's nothing else really here to give any other hints. Okay, let's just... I'm not gonna do this in full, except if it's really easy, but I don't think it will be. Yeah, I think what we'll do is try and get the gist of this level down a bit, and then hopefully we can use that knowledge to maybe beat it. Wait, is this the contraption we had before, but in base 3? Probably not. I imagine it isn't, but it's interesting that the last 2 things there are multiples of 3. And... no, sorry, 7. I'm an idiot. I wanted to say 7, and then my brain just defaulted to 3 for some reason. No, the last 2 there are multiples of 7, so... maybe that's interesting. Alright, but I assume this is gonna be one of those contraptions where I'm just gonna have to figure out what it does first. So, let's see. We can't do anything here. We can use this to get white keys. Right. Okay. We can sign flip and we can add as much as we'd like. So really we can just make any number that we want here for white. Let's do, I don't know, 5. Now we get 1 eye of this, so we can't go back. Then we get this. And what does this do? So it gives me however many white I have, and then this, and then negative. Okay. Yeah. And then we can go through here because we have a negative amount, and yeah, that 1 eye is still there. Okay, then we're locked out of doing that. Then we have another contraption. Okay, we can also sign flip this, which is weird. Okay, this is basically going to... I mean, if I sign flip this, it doesn't actually do anything. Oh, that's probably, yeah, just if you... Okay, you can double it a few times, and then you put this onto pink. You can also get a different amount and put it onto green, right? Oh. Yeah, wait, let me do this, maybe, and then I'll put that onto pink. First I need to sign flip this. And then what I can do is double this. And then I'll put this onto green. I don't know what I'm doing. Anyway, then once we're done manipulating green and pink, we go over here. Okay, we need to get 0 of everything. And we need to store it into red and into black. I see. So, yeah, we put the number of that we have there, and the number of that we have there. Yeah. Oh, okay, and we need to have 0 real part. I see. So it needs to be a purely imaginary number. Here's the thing, though. We have 1 of each. So... if you want to do that, we need 1 black. If you want to do that, we need 1 white. Okay, so we start with 1 white. And then do this contraption. And then if we perform this here, we get a purely imaginary number, which is good, because then it allows us to actually pass through here. Okay. So white must be set equal to whatever the real part is of pink and green. So I'll just say first iteration, white must be 1 to have pink and green become purely imaginary. I'm not sure about that yet. But I feel like white should then be something that goes into pink and green, maybe? That's like what my intuition is saying. Okay, what do we do here? So here we need to get some positive amount of these. Well, I guess, yeah, first of all, we get this. So then we have that amount, yes. Then we are going to... I mean, you can only do this once, right? Yeah, because it's a blank. So yeah, that works. So what does this do, basically? It basically just converts whatever you had for the... I think, yeah, no, this whole contraption, we started off with -1i of pink and -1i of green. So then if we go in here and actually do this contraption, like this, then we get 1 of each now. So, So basically it's taking the negative imaginary part and turning it into the real part, but then removing everything else. I don't know why it needs to be so complicated. Alright, so what do we do now? We can go up, or we can go down again and restart, but I don't think we want to do that because, well, that's just gonna do the same thing again. So actually, yeah, this iteration also has done nothing. So let's go up here and see what we need to do. I guess, yeah, we need to make this red. So then we can actually go up here. And then, considering these are red, do we have to make a choice here? Yeah, we do. Okay, so we make a choice between which one of these we want to increase, I think. So, to me, it feels like we want to increase green, right? Because that's ultimately the number that's going to be bigger in the end. So I'm going to try and increase green. And then we do this. Okay, we can't do that again. Okay. So then we could go in again. Now we can add 2 to whatever we want. So yeah, let's say we do 3. Let's say I make this 5. Okay, I think this will give me a good indication of what this contraption actually can do now. Here's the thing, I don't think 3 and 5 work. Let's see. I'll get... I don't know, how many of these do I want to get? Let's get 1, which I already have, and then... potentially... I'll go for 1 and we'll see what happens. So yeah, we get this. This is all the same as before. Now here, I want to get something purely imaginary. So if I do this... yeah, okay. I see. This operator is basically taking the lowest common denominator, I think. No, highest common... sorry, I'm mixing up 2 terms. It's taking the smallest common multiple. No, that's not true. It's the other one. The greatest common divisor. That one. I was really just... for some reason I got confused with the terms there. But no, yeah, it is that. So yeah, in this case that doesn't really do a whole lot. But let's continue with this and we'll see where this ends up. Yeah, it didn't actually change anything. Okay. Let's try getting 2 numbers which have a common divisor. And then using that. How do we get that? Oh, I could add 4 to this. Yup, and then we get 3 and 9. Let's see what happens now when I get 3 white keys. Alright. So I could just do 1, but that's boring. It's not going to change anything. So now, what I could do is I can remove these, and here I do that. So we've divided by 3, basically. Yeah, so the net result of that was division by 3. So basically, whatever this operator does is, if you input the greatest common divisor of the 2 numbers, it will divide by that greatest common divisor. So the result, importantly, will be co-prime. The 2 numbers will be co-prime. Because, yeah, you're dividing by the greatest common divisor. So in that case, yeah, the result you get will definitely... It won't have any common divisor, because otherwise you can add that to the greatest common divisor and it will be greater. So that doesn't work. So yeah, it's definitely going to be co-prime, the two numbers that you get out. Okay, we can definitely write this down. So top operator is gonna add some number cyan, or yeah, some number to either pink or green. Each time you use it, the number you add goes up by 1. That's what this is. And then the bottom operator is... So bottom operator, set white equal to GCD of pink and green. This operator divides pink and green by that greatest common divisor. So the result is that pink and green are defo co-prime. Alright. Yeah, I think that's what I wanted to do for now, is just figure out what these operators do, and the actual problem is probably going to be how do I get to 7 and 21. Now, one thing that I've already noticed, you know, I've said it a couple times now, the result of the bottom operator is to make these co-prime, right? In the end, that's a side effect of it. So these two are not co-prime, so this can't be the last operator that we do. Therefore, the last thing we do is this, and then we can work backwards. If we work backwards from here, what's the last step we have to do, basically? Well, I don't know how many cyan we'll have at that point. So that's actually a bit of an issue. Yeah. Okay, but I definitely know that this is the last step. So... note results 7 pink, 21 green are not co-prime, so top operator must be last step. Unknown amount of cyan. Alright. Actually, I don't think it has to be... Yeah, no, it doesn't have to be the greatest common divisor. It can be any common divisor. Okay, so that's actually not true. This thing. We could divide by some other thing, and then, yeah. Okay, yeah, I see. So, set white equal to any divisor, any common divisor of pink and green. This operator divides by that divisor. And then I'll add in a note. Note, if you take the greatest common divisor, the results will defo be co-prime. But not necessarily otherwise. Oh, no, yeah. I don't need to mention that. Alright, so yeah, actually any divisor will work. That's why 1 always works in this operator. So basically, yeah, it's a division operator, but if you can't divide, it just gives an error, basically, because you can't have the fractional key amounts. So yeah, one thing I still want to figure out is whether... Okay, so let's say I get... Let me get something where it's not 1 and it's not the greatest common divisor. 8... And I could add 6 to the other one, but that doesn't really help. I think I want to add 6 to this one. Then I have a greatest common divisor of 3. I also have a 1. If I add 8... Wait, if I add 6 to the other one, I get a 9. Yeah, wait, I can do something with that. Hold up. Yeah, these are no longer gonna work. What if I set it to 2 and 3 now? And then I add 7 to 2? That doesn't really change much. If I add that to there, I get 10. That could be more interesting. Okay, what I'll do is I'm gonna set this equal to 3, and then I'll just see if I can do this in a different way, because I'm not fully sure that I've explored all the options here. If I do this, does that... Okay, but that then doesn't work. Okay, I think this is just to save hassle, potentially. No, not necessarily. Hold up. If I... Okay, here's what we can do. We can do this here, and then use this operator. Or double this, and then get that. And then we get 2 and 3, which doesn't actually change anything. I think this is just a quality of life thing that makes it easier to do this. But I'm not 100% sure about that. So yeah. Okay, I think that's everything we can note about this level for now. I will think about this. I might make some notes on paper on how to get to 7 and 21. Because I think I can definitely do that off stream. And then once I figure that out, I can show it to you in game in the next recording. So I think I'm going to end it here. This will already be a pretty long recording if I combine it with the previous one. But yeah, we've not figured out 3 puzzles. This one I just didn't really see what the constraints were. This one I was also, yeah, there were too many options. And then for this one, I just need to figure it out off stream. And then we also have this, of course. So we only have 4 puzzles left in the entire game. So I'd say that's good work. Yeah. So I will leave it there. So have a nice day, keep being mad, lads, and I'll see you in the next recording.